Our hands and give applause. So Taimne Teisipäev is the public health campaign that encourages people to reduce meat consumption and eat more plant-based. The team of Taimne Teisipäev have been working for 5 years, and so far, around 250 restaurants offer plant-based meals every Tuesday. And more than 180 schools and kindergartens serve meat-free lunch once a week. I think this also deserves applause. But to start with, I'm a host today. I will be talking, not so much. Hopefully the presenters will talk more. But of course, I will do some jokes, as usual. You already know me. Be ready for that. But this is definitely for me also a place to be, because I'm a real food enthusiast, food scientist. And of course, I love food every day and I cook a lot. So this is the place to be, to get new ideas, to network with each other. It's really nice to see a lot of new faces in the audience, but also a lot of familiar faces. I hope you have time to network, because one thing in this event is the different presentations, to get new ideas, to get new information. But another thing is to network with each other, because you know the best ideas usually come when you discuss them, and maybe you get some further ideas to discuss. I will tell you a bit about the house rules, because first of all, the program, we will have 3 sections divided between the lunch and the coffee break. In first section, we have 3 presentations and 1 panel discussion. In second and the third section, we will have 2 presentations and 1 panel. And of course, you can participate in the presentation with the questions after the presentation and in the panel discussion. So for that, I ask you to take your smartphone. Of course, you can ask the question during the discussions also. We have microphones for that.
Please go to this app. You can find it from the App Store, or you can use the web option. And please try to use this code, and this should get you to the event, Food Summit. I will give you a minute who hasn't logged in yet, because it takes a bit time. If you have any difficulties, please let me know. During the panel discussion, I will be using this app. I will see your question. Of course, you can ask the question directly if you want also, but I will check your questions because it's really important that you can also participate with your questions in these discussions. So I hope everybody got some time to start with that. I will be using this app throughout the conference. And a bit more about the app if you're already there. There is an option also to use the networking. There is this new platform, and the networking, you can book networking there. This means you can book a one-to-one meeting with anybody from the app. And the networking meetings takes place in this room all the way to the other side of this. The room name is Tartu. And you can book a table there, and on the table, I just went there before in the morning, and there is a nice ice-breaking question also. So if you want to talk with somebody, but you're not sure how to start the conversation, don't worry, there is a question list on the table, very nice questions. You can start the conversation, and then, of course, you can continue the conversation on the topic that is more relevant to each other. You will find the topic during this ice-breaking question anyway. And to promote a bit more asking the questions through the app, as I mentioned, I will be waiting questions from you also, because I can ask many questions. These topics are all interesting for me. But to motivate you a bit more, I still have 2 prizes for the, I will not say best question, because this will be a subjective, but anybody who will ask a question through app or from the audience, you will participate in a prize contest. There is 2 prizes. Of course, one, as we have a lot of speaking about today, Mycoprotein. So one will be a jar of my own made mushrooms, like last year. somebody won them. I hope new people are interested. And the other thing, as a lot of information is today about fermentation, there will be my book. Unfortunately, at the moment, only in Estonian. You can trade it later. My book about fermentation, the ABC book for fermentation. So be active in this app. Question already. Yes, please. Sorry? The pine. You will just write this pine in the App Store or in Google. Of course, Google might give you more, more options. Pine events, okay, very good comment. Thank you. So please, if you have any problem with the app, let us know. We will help you on the spot. And if you have any other questions, there are team members with a white t-shirt with a Taimne Teisipäev logo on it. Please approach them, ask them, they will help, like Lisa has. And otherwise, I wish you to enjoy the presentations, panel discussion. I hope you get several rounds from the expo area. Please make sure you visit it, even during some presentation time, although then you missed the interesting presentation, but there is a lot of interesting things going on in the expo area. You will have time during the lunchtime and coffee time also. And I think it's time to start with the first presentation, because we are all waiting to hear the news. The plant-based sector is growing every year exponentially, and the first presentation will give us a very good idea about that, why plant-based is continuously growing trend among consumers. And first presenter will be Kristina Mering. She's the founder of Taimne Teisipäev. And Kristina has conducted marketing consultant for food companies to prepare the best sales strategy for marketing research, and she wants to ensure that the plant-based products do not remain on the shelves. So, and she's also the founder and CIO of Nähtamatud Loomad, a leading farm animal protection organization in Estonia. So please, Kristina, can you come on the stage? And before you can start with your presentation, I actually have like a warm-up question for you also. I actually wanted to add some fun facts about every presenter, but you know, I was trying to Google it. Google didn't give me nothing. Then I was thinking, okay, I will go for ChatGPT. You know, it's like a very good new thing. But ChatGPT didn't tell you nothing about you. Actually, it said, don't have specific information about the individual. So you have to upgrade your profile. But then I talked with ChatGPT a bit more. You know, it's a very good topic today. Everybody knows it's every conference is ChatGPT. So be aware. So I asked, what should I ask icebreaker for Kristina? And the question is, what food item would represent your personality and why?
Tofu, because it's very flexible. It can be used in very many situations, in very many different dishes. It thrives and gives a lot of a strong taste. It has a lot of protein. So yeah, I would say tofu also because I'm a huge fan. So yeah.
Thank you. Good question. But now the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that, but thank you. So, I am Kristina. I am the founder of Taimne Teisipäev, and I have been a part of organizing Food Innovation Summit for 5 years already. 5 years ago, when we started, we had a lot more international speakers because we were still in a position where in Estonia things were getting started. But it's really, really nice to see that this year the program is a lot more local because we have a lot more stuff going on in Estonia among the plant-based trends. So really looking forward to today's presentations and panels. What I will be talking about is why plant-based is a continuously growing trend. I have been involved in the field for almost 18 years now, and really, really happy to see these changes that we are going through in Estonia and nearby countries all over Europe as well. So I will say a few words about our campaign, Taimne Teisipäev, Veggie Tuesday as we call it. I will go back to the basics about why is meat reduction even necessary? Why are we talking about this? I will give a bit of an overview. Where are we at the meat reduction path? And then I will offer some good solutions on how to solve this issue of excess meat eating. So about Taimne Teisipäev, I started the campaign in 2017, and the main goals are to reduce excess meat consumption in Estonia. I will talk a bit about that in a second. To popularize alternative proteins. In that sense, at the moment, we only focus on plant-based. I wish that one day we can give a good overview about how well cultivated meat will be doing in Estonia. Sadly, we are not there yet, but I am quite sure that our eyes will see that day. And thirdly, we work to create a good reputation for flexitarianism, which means a diet which is mainly plant-based, but might have some animal-based products here and there as well. So we work to create a good environment where the alternative proteins and plant-based foods can thrive. People choose them happily because they are tasty, they are delicious, they are nutritious, and they make us feel happy as good food should. So that's why Taimne Teisipäev is here. The outcomes of our campaign are mainly the restaurant campaign and school campaign, and we also do a lot of food information in the sense that if someone says that, okay, I'm ready, I can reduce my meat consumption, but what are my alternatives? What should I eat? Then Taimne Teisipäev is here with our website and social media to help you choose delicious and tasty alternatives to meat. And we also run the Best Plant-Based Product of the Year award for a few years already, which has been very popular. Thousands of people gathered to vote for their favorite plant-based products, and it's coming soon as well, so we'll keep you posted on our social media. A few words about the results so far. So 183 schools and kindergartens have joined our campaign, and that means that in those schools and kindergartens, all the children on Tuesday eat a plant-based lunch. It's not an option that you can choose, but on that day, for everyone, the food is plant-based. That means that we are following the default option strategy to make sure that plant-based foods become more popular. The kids go home, they say that, yeah, I had the best pumpkin cream soup today ever. Can you make it for me? At home as well. So at the moment, around 30,000 students are involved in the campaign and affected by it weekly. And we are growing, still a lot of way to go to make sure that this campaign goes even bigger. When we calculate the amount of meat that is reduced by this campaign, then at the moment, this means that 685 tons of CO2 is reduced thanks to it. We also calculate the number of animals saved, but this is for our own background knowledge, because mainly in Taimne Teisipäev we focus on the health and environmental side of plant-based eating. And also 249 restaurants encourage their clients to choose a plant-based dish from their menu on Tuesday. What we see here is also that These dishes, both in schools and kindergartens and also in restaurants, are consumed by people who eat an average diet. These definitely are not vegetarians or vegans themselves. And what we see from statistics from Europe, the states around the world, is that the majority of plant-based food is consumed by people who eat a lot of meat and love meat. So this is definitely one of the key aspects of the growing trend of plant-based. But okay, to come to the basic question that we have been working in Taimne Teisipäev since 2017, and we have been doing Food Innovation Summit from 2018, and we're working really hard on many fields. But why? Why is meat reduction even necessary? Why is it a problem if we are talking about nutritious, tasty food that everyone loves? Why do we need to reduce it? Where is the issue here? So the average Estonian eats 78 kilograms of meat per year. This is data by the Estonian statistics, and this is a lot. When we compare to European Union average, we eat more than 10 kilos more than is average in European Union. The statistics is similar in Finland. They eat 77 kilograms of meat per year. So we are talking about a huge amount of meat that we might take for granted. And we might not even notice the fact that our food table is overly abundant on meat products. But how does it affect us? When we look at the national health recommendations and national food recommendations, then the daily amount of meat that we should be eating is around 1 or 2 matchbox sizes. That's quite a small amount. For example, when even searching for photos to use in this presentation, there are a lot of beautiful food photos that also contain meat, and it's even hard to find a photo that would have this small amount of meat on it, because it's always a bigger, whether it's a cutlet or some other meat product. So even choosing pictures for it is challenging, because no one eats this little meat, basically. When you go outside, you choose to eat, you choose something from the menu. It usually has way more than that. So considering this information, considering that this is what we should be eating daily, and we are eating 3 or 4 times more, that was the main motivation why Taimne Teisipäev was initiated, and this is the reason why we continue working for this important change. Because from a health perspective, eating too much meat causes a lot of disease that can be reduced if we would have a more balanced food table. So the reason why we are here, why we are talking about tasty plant-based innovation, is that it's really it's good from an enjoyment point of view, but it's also necessary if we look at the long-term effects for our health and for the environment. And if we consider this situation, we definitely need to work a lot on increasing awareness among the Estonian society. And one thing how we have done it, because 54% of Estonians think that we don't eat too much meat based on a public opinion survey we did last month by Norstat. So working for that, one option here is what we did this year, a huge public awareness campaign among the streets and in newspapers. This says that, do you know, this is the recommended meat that you should be eating in a day. And when we talk about the reasons why meat reduction is necessary, then this is a slide by the IPCC climate report last year. And if you look, the point here is that these are different diets, and what would help us reduce CO2 emissions the most. So at Taimne Teisipäev, we are not the vegan campaign. We do not endorse veganism. We just serve plant-based recipes and invite people to reduce the meat consumption. But if we look at the data, then a vegan food diet would reduce CO2 emissions from our diet the most. Next would be vegetarian, and third would be flexitarian. So we are very pragmatic in our strategy. We see that for the majority of people, veganism would be too big of a step. They're not ready for it. It's too much. Okay, but flexitarianism on the third place there already has a huge impact in reducing CO2 emissions in our diet. So if we cannot go all the way, it's okay. If we follow a flexitarian diet, meaning minimizing animal products, we are already contributing a lot to solving the climate crisis and having a lesser CO2 emission with our food. So the people who are ready to go vegan, they have the biggest impact, vegetarians the second, and flexitarians third. And here are also different options about diets, but these three have the biggest impact for sure. So talking about why is this necessary, having it on the climate agenda means reducing CO2 emissions. But where are we at our meat reduction path? Is Estonia ready? Is Europe ready? Is the world ready, basically? The local statistics is that meat consumption has gone down 2 kilograms per person per year in Estonia. It used to be 80, now it's 78. But in the last 20, even 30 years, growth in the meat sector has been huge due to increasing economic welfare. But if we look at current data, then meat consumption is decreasing in many European countries. Awareness is rising, and one of the key motivators definitely are environmental concerns, and also the fact that we are seeing very tasty, affordable plant-based options becoming more and more available. This means that it's easier to reduce your meat consumption. And in the nearby countries, if we look at the meat statistics, pork is still the biggest contributor to this 78 kilograms per year. Almost 40 kilograms of pork is eaten per person in Estonia per year. So, and at the same time, we see poultry raising in popularity, which also is a bit problematic from the environmental side due to its huge CO2 emissions. But on the good side, so the context is we live in a country where meat is very popular, and it has been popular, and it is a staple of our diet. At the same time, 40% of Estonians plan to or have already reduced their meat consumption. This is very promising. This means that we are open-minded to change, and we are already experimenting and trying out these new dishes, which are an innovation for us. And also from a survey that we did, then 49% of Estonians chooses plant-based at least once a week. This is a great start. This is obviously not where we need to be, in the sense if I showed you the daily amount of meat that is recommended by the National Health Board, then choosing plant-based at least once a week obviously does not cut it from a health or environmental perspective. But if we don't start here, if we don't start trying these dishes, trying these new products, new items on restaurant menus, then how can we get to a place where they become staples of our diet? Okay, what are good solutions to the problem of excess meat eating? So let's look at the public sector. Very good examples of recent decisions have been Denmark, Sweden, or Switzerland. And altogether, they are to invest more than 150 million in research and development of meat alternatives. Amazing. This is usually, and the same the same trend can be seen in the United States, where both the Congress and also the state of California allocated together $11 million for research and development. Usually, if we look at the background of these decisions, this is done to reduce the environmental footprint of the country because meat products have a big footprint. So this is a very good option for a country to stay on the climate change reduction path. So if I would put Estonia here, we would have a very nice round zero, yet in that sense that we don't have this plant-based product R&D in our government's focus yet. But I am quite sure that we will get there because we're a country that loves science. So let's give our food scientists the chance to work on this with government production. Okay, good solution from the public sector. How is the private sector doing? So if we look at the data, then the global market reaches at least 28 billion in 2022. And if we look at from the investment side, then all-time investment only into plant-based. This is not cultivated meat or other alternative proteins. This is only plant-based. This reached 7.78 billion last year. So we are seeing definitely a growing trend in it. And in plant-based, it is just economically viable. It is a reasonable choice because it is not going anywhere. More and more consumers are choosing it, either for taste, either for environmental concerns or other arguments. And what we see also is that when we started Food Innovation Summit in 2018, then every year we have had someone from Estonian retail sector doing a presentation. And every year they enthusiastically speak how much this trend is going up, how many new products have they introduced, and how much the sales are increasing. So we are very happy to see this trend in Estonia as well. The data from US says that 6 in 10 US households purchase plant-based foods. So we don't have that kind of data from Estonia yet. I hope to have it soon. But we definitely see that we have data from one retailer who analyzed that the people who buy the most plant-based also buy animal-based foods. So we are again in the situation where we are not talking about vegetarians or vegans as the main target group. Okay, to wrap it up. So the plant-based meat and dairy is growing year by year. The growth has not stopped, and we can only be happy because of it. And the more environmental concerns increase, the more we see both people and companies preferring plant-based. And even rather conservative Estonians from our eating habit side are following the trend. And plant-based has come to stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristina. I will join the stage for the questions. But first of all, I would like to thank you for great presentations. It's very nice that you were the starting of this, because now we go to the science, then we go to the companies, and then we also have retail. So it was very good for the beginning of the conference, the opening presentation. But we have questions also from the audience. I don't know, maybe the one want to ask it directly from here. Do we have the microphone also in the audience or not? Yes, Lina. Because I see there is also who is asking, maybe we will have a discussion then with the person. I see Mariliis here. You want to ask it directly, maybe? It's okay, then you can have a discussion.
Hello. Hi, I'm from EIA, Mary-Liis. So yeah, I was asking that how far you are with the policymakers and government, because we know that the milk and meat is heavily subsidized with the price, and plant-based products are pretty expensive still. Of course, if we buy just carrot and cabbage, it's not it's fairly cheap, but we really talk about these plant-based burgers and things. How far you are with these discussions? That
we're meeting with the minister tomorrow morning, so yeah, more info then. Yeah. Okay. But this is definitely something that Estonia should be working more on. But what we see from other countries as well, if you do not act proactively, if you do not bring it to the table, nothing will change. The animal industry lobby is there. They are working for their interests, as all companies are. We need to be there, and we need to make sure that the plant-based interests are represented as well. So definitely a lot to work on in that field. Yeah.
Thank you. And Taimne Teisipäev is leading this lobbying, or have you, who is your partners in this case? I will also
so if anyone is interested in this field, hit us up. Yeah, Taimne Teisipäev is definitely working on that field, because our cooperation with the public sector, the day after tomorrow, after meeting the minister, we are meeting with the defense forces, who eat a lot of meat, and we are going with the proposal to implement plant-based options there as well. So we go there where there's opportunity for big impact. So that's definitely something. If you're interested in working together, then let's discuss this.
Yes, please contact Kristina. I think there is a lot of people in the room who are interested about that also, and together we can make this difference. Any more questions from the audience? I don't see anything from the app at the moment. Please raise your hand directly if you want to ask. Otherwise, I will use the opportunity to ask, because we still have a few minutes. Okay, but then I will use my option to ask. You also showed this campaign that was really catching the eye. What is the feedback from this campaign? Did you get some angry feedback also? Or I heard some meat-loving guys also mumbling that, why is this so small piece there? So what is your feedback on the campaign? Maybe some positive and maybe some negative if there were?
Yeah, definitely. The majority of feedback was very positive. It was basically what people said was that it's eye-opening. I had no idea. Why isn't this talked about more, that the recommended daily amount of meat is the size of 1 or 2 matchboxes? What the hell, basically. We see it from restaurants, from everywhere, that we are offered way more meat than would be healthy for us. So in that sense, the feedback was very positive. But of course, as comes with the field, the one very interesting field in our topic is the psychology behind meat eating, because it is something that is so delicious, and it impacts us to the very core. If someone says that you should not eat it or even reduce it, we get very triggered, and this is something that we just need to be very considerate about. So even our campaign, which was saying that, yeah, we are not saying that you should quit all meat. You can eat it, but you see, this is the amount that is good for you. Even that triggered that reaction. So meaning that, all good things in life are being taken away from me, and stuff like that. So what we need to make sure is that if the person knows that, plant-based meat products, they are so tasty, they are delicious, then this amount of meat, okay, I'm good with that because I'm not making compromises in taste or nutrition. I am being satisfied in that field, then we don't have a problem. But at the moment, we are not there yet. The awareness about how high quality these products are is not very widespread. So this is where we need to work on together with food companies, with the public and private sector. So let's do this.
Yeah. Thank you. This was really a good campaign. It catched a lot of eye and made attention. So this is also important to be presenting this. Yeah. There is one more question from Monica. I don't know, Monica, maybe you want to ask yourself? I saw you there. Lina again? Yeah, sure. Because it's better, then you have a discussion small. Yeah.
Thanks for the great presentation. I just wonder about the question. When we are talking with some consumer about the plant-based meat and encourage them for using more, they are saying, no, we don't trust that even the plant has the proper amino acid or valuable of proteins that we should take from the normal. And for that, we not go on. So is Taimne Teisipäev trying to overcome something like that or correcting these thoughts?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because if we look at the research about the reasons why people are skeptical towards plant-based meat products, the first one is, of course, price, because very often these products are more expensive. You need to have very strong motivation to buy this. This costs more. How delicious and good and everything else must it be for it to compensate the higher price for me? So yeah, the motivation needs to be good. And also, one of the reasons is that people are not sure if it gives us adequate nutritional value. So. But then again, what we see from Taimne Teisipäev campaign as well, that very often if you emphasize the fact that we can have a very good, tasty food experience with plant-based options, then the discussion does not go there. This skepticism definitely needs to be addressed because people need to have adequate nutritional value from their food. And we see that a lot of plant-based options serve that. But what I see is that maybe we don't need to initiate this question first ourselves, because it might not be the main question people are asking. We see that taste is something that is coming up a lot on these questionnaires. And if we can serve tasty plant-based meat alternatives, then we have come a long way already into making sure that people have a higher motivation in choosing them instead of meat products. Because the meat product, it's an easy option to choose. It's familiar, we have been eating it all our lives, etc. But trying out this new thing, trying out this, I don't know, the tofu, seitan, what are these words even? What does it mean, etc. Like we very often, from a psychological point of view, these new things do take a lot of motivation. So having that positive, tasty emotion behind it seems to be one of the key issues here that can help us push the movement further. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Our time is up also, but thank you for Kristina again. Let's make another applause.
Thank you.
And thank you, audience, for the questions. You don't have to worry if you don't want to ask directly. I just asked for the persons because I know you. But of course, I can ask the questions for you. Please be using this app, Pine, and ask more questions. Then we can have a nice discussion. But our next presenter is Ranno. He's from TFTAK. He will talk about the future of foods in TFTAK, what are we doing there. Ranno has been part of Team TFTAK since 2005 already. Ranno's scientific experience involves different aspects of microbial cultivation, so we go to the fermentation. He's leading a group of 20 scientists, and he believes that a strong multidisciplinary team is a key to solving complex research problems. And I know that Ranno's team is looking for new people also, so I will give you a small commercial. Also, the TFTAK is out in the expo area, so please later network with Ranno to ask what kind of positions we are looking for in TFTAK. But not to let Ranno to start, get warmed up. I have a question from you. ChatGPT don't know you all also. You know that? You haven't introduced yourself to ChatGPT?
I haven't.
No, okay. But we made, together with ChatGPT, we talked a bit yesterday and we found a perfect question for you. What dish you would make to get to the MasterChef show?
Right. So actually, I was just looking Estonia MasterChef, and usually
Very good.
there are ingredients given.
Ah, but there is this audition, like the first one that you have to introduce, get in.
So, okay, this is, I'm not, let's say, a cooker, so there are very limited things I can actually do, and they want a restaurant level, so my choices are really limited. Let's say if I would be able to cook very well, in that case, I would do something with maybe tempeh or something.
Oh, nice.
So this is different, making it very, very good.
Yes, that's a good point. And fermented also.
Sure.
Thank you. But that's a great answer. And the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Right. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Ranno Nahku, and I'm a CSO in biotechnology in TFTAK. So I will talk about our focus points in TFTAK in future food development. First, what is TFTAK? It's a privately owned contract research organization. We accelerate food and biotech innovation. So our ambition is to transform food systems, meaning we develop technologies that are alternative to animal-based agriculture. Our business, contract research, licensing of technologies, also international research projects, basic research as well. So TFTAK, we help other companies. So it means also that we do very many things. Our food department is working with functional and health promoting foods, beverages, fermented foods, meat and dairy alternatives. Also we have sensory research and dietary intervention studies. So biotechnology, this is what I'm representing. We do bioprocess optimization for many, many different bacteria and yeast and so on. So next generation probiotics, also our thing. Gut microbiota, later working with filamentous fungi, also precision fermentation. These are the topics I will talk a little bit more shortly. All right, so our approach when we have a client coming with an idea, so we can start from the idea, making the lab scale product, scale it in BioLab. In TFTAK, we can work with like up to 10 kilo level. Of course, going further in production, we use our partners to scale further from that. So when we have the products, we can also do consumer studies, dietary intervention studies. So everything in one place. Some pictures from the lab. So we have the pilot, we have bioreactors. Also very important for us is the analytics. So everything that we do, we need to know what is inside our products, what are the molecules, so we can measure a lot of things in-house. All right, alternative proteins, fermentation enabled and extracted. So also work with meat alternative, flavor aroma, extrusion technology. Here our focus is on fish analog development, functional foods and dairy alternative starter cultures and so on. Now the alternative proteins, so alternative to what? Alternative, of course, to animal-based protein sources. We do extract it from plant-based materials, but I will talk more about the cultivated protein, so mycoprotein and precision fermentation. So mycoprotein, what is it? So basically, we are cultivating filamentous fungi. So why are these species important? You can see from the image here. So if you want to make a good alternative to a meat, we need this fibrous structure. So it has like naturally the correct structure. Also, this species, it is, let's say, it's not easy to cultivate, but it can consume different substrates. So using waste streams is, let's say, also doable here. Different kind of cultivation techniques that we can do in TFTAK, so starting from solid and surface fermentation, but also for better scalability, submerged fermentation technologies are used. So these are these airlift and stirred tank bioreactors. Now, small example, just what is the solid state fermentation? A Tempe product is developed here, of course, also in the market. Our clients are asking from the biotech side. So we have these fungi, and we want them to scale them better. And for that, we need to use the bioreactors. And what happens if we take these species and want to do submerged fermentation? And this is what happens in many cases. So basically, it is not easy to cultivate these species. Any species that we take cannot work in liquid culture because they are forming this kind of aggregates, so we can't scale them. But these are like the worst cases, and there are species that are performing much better. But it means that if we want to scale and we have like a scale in mind, we need to check our species. Is not enough if it has only like good protein percentage, low RNA level. It must be performing well in bioreactor. Okay, so if we have the material, this is how it looks like. The mycoprotein looks a little bit looks like meat. And we can make different products from this material. Here we are working with partner on fish product, like fish analog. All right, so we started with this activity about 2 years ago. We have some investments coming. So we are working, this year started to work with continuous process development for fungi. Also, in like 2 weeks, we will have the airlift bioreactor. This is a different bioreactor type that has lower shear stress, so it preserves the filaments better. So it is better for this kind of species cultivation. Also, we invest in size, bioreactor size of 70-liter reactor is coming at the end of the month. And using this fermentation hardware, we are able to produce in-house 1.5 kilos per batch of sample. And this is enough to make tests with food application. So 2 projects are ongoing at the moment. So all in submerged fermentation. We are developing fish analog and the meat analog. Okay, so the next branch of cultivated protein is precision fermentation. So in simple form, it's using genetic engineering to produce something good for us. And this is something that we started lately. So the vision that we have here, starting from client request, we of course need to reach marketable, like market-ready, sustainable product. For that we need 3 main things. So firstly, all the tools needed to engineer the species, like genetically. Then we already have process optimization, process development capabilities, and very strong food application capability, application development capability. So by putting all this together, we are able to predict and develop better proteins and other food, let's say, ingredients faster. Timeline here started this summer. We are focusing on yeast right now. So we have molecular biology tools already set up. First expressions done with reporters. We are working, let's say, with model proteins. So we are not producers ourselves, meaning that we have first models of albumin and then collagen. And the idea here is that we set up basically the pipeline to produce enough material for food application. And this is not simple to do because in food applications, if you want to try something, you need grams of material produced. So we need capability to produce more of the ingredients so we can actually test them. So this is why we invest into the bioreactor capability in volume, that we can do that in-house. Now, looking further from that, of course, when we can do the mutants, it all starts. We need to develop some further tools. So we don't want to use methanol that is used for good expression. Also very important for us, and this is now in cooperation with the Tallinna University. So we need computational tools to predict and make the proteins better. And basically using artificial intelligence, all the tools that are available, we can predict what should be changed based on the feedback of the application side. So putting this together in the one strong pipeline, this is what we desire to do here. Of course, all the best candidates we will make for real and test in our lab. Okay, this is my message. So as said, we have a booth, and we are let's say, searching for partners, of course, also for people who want to work with us. So I'm happy to talk to you throughout the conference. So I will stay a full day. So thank you.
Thank you, Ranno. And now it's time for questions. I don't see questions at the app at the moment, but maybe from the audience, you can just raise hand. Yes, please. Okay.
Hi. So I have a question about the cultivation of or fermentation of fungi. What is your personal opinion, or do you have a scientific evidence? Which one would be more promising cultivation type, either the solid state fermentation or the submerged? Because we know that solid state you can only upscale by size, which mimics exactly the how to say, conventional agriculture, where you just need more and more land. You need just more and more place. But the, let's say, submerged fermentation, you can upscale vertically. So what is your personal opinion? Which is more promising in the future?
So certainly like submerged fermentation is more promising. And the scaling in solid state is very difficult. It is actually very easy to start in small scale. You have your, let's say, the temper solution, basically. You have your yellow beans, you add your starter culture and basically it grows. Small scale, you can optimize that. But if you need to scale it up, so temperature control inside solid state fermentation is very difficult. The larger you go, the more difficult it is to get rid of the extra heat. Also delivering oxygen inside solid material, very difficult to realize in scale. So because of these reasons, I would say solid state it's not doable. Or maybe if it needs a new technology, I would say. So it is easier for these reasons in liquid culture. But of course, the problems that I showed in the liquid culture, naturally, this species wants to aggregate, bind. So they are not easy to cultivate, and we need to look for the species that perform better.
But still, there are companies like Ecovative or Nature Fund who is doing exactly the, let's say, layer cultivation.
And then this is what is the scale that we are talking about? Can they do 100 tons? Or so this is the difference. So if we're talking, we need like 100 tons level.
Yes, very good. We already started the discussion, very good, because we will have a soon panel also. So Ranno is definitely there, no worries, it's very good to have discussion. That's why I prefer to have questions from the audience, if possible. Is there any other questions? Yes, please, one from there.
First of all, thank you for the great presentation. I have a quick question. You mentioned collagen. So how far are you with the development of collagen in that sense? It's rather difficult to find really good plant-based collagen, which would have similar effects as to animal collagen. So I was just wondering, how far are you with the development, and what will be the, what are the steps, and how are you proceeding with this?
Okay, thank you. So collagen is one of the model proteins that we are working. Right now we are rather in the start. We are making the strain. And our aim is to have a grams level in like first, second quarter next year. So this is the scale in good case that we want to, like time scale. But right now we are starting.
And one more question, yes, please.
Thanks for the nice presentation. I have a question regarding the EU regulations and their hesitation towards these genetically modified things. Do you think it is an obstructor or kind of road blocking thing? What's your personal opinion into that subject? Thank you.
Certainly it complicates. Right now we are doing protein expression that is extracellular, so secretion. So it's easy to remove everything, including the recombinant DNA. So this is the approach we are taking.
More questions? Still have a few minutes too, if there is any question. Because I have a very good question. I also had this note down already, the last one. So already my question there. But if there is any more questions, I will ask one more question, maybe a bit overall. Also very good presentation about different topics we have. And from LinkedIn, you can see that you're looking for senior researcher for filamentous fungi fermentation. But of course, there are more positions open. What kind of, there is a lot of new people, scientists here, everybody who's interested in this topic. What kind of skills you're looking for?
So basically from the fungal side, we need a person who has experience with different species, because our group's background is probiotics. So most of my work is connected to very different bacterial species, but not with fungal species. So we are looking for experience in that field. People who have cultivated very many species know metabolic particularities of the species.
So there is a lot of things. Of course, it's quite new topic also in a sense, not like completely new, but in a sense. So there is a lot of to discover also. So. Sure. But thank you, Ranno. Let's thank Ranno again. And now we move on to our next presenter. It's Jürgen Jürgenson. He's the former co-founder of many companies. I will read them through. There is so many of them. You can find what you know. Pürg, Seal Agency, Levercode, Plantator, 372 Ventures, Tenant Pass, Long Run Assets. And currently, he's a CIO and co-founder of the Naturist. He will definitely talk about this company more. But Jürgen, I don't know if you already know, but I have a warm-up question for everybody who comes on the stage. I know you are very good at social media also, I suppose. So your question to you is very easy. When was the last time you talked about Roman Empire?
Oh, what a great question. Actually, I think the last time was when someone posted a picture about beautiful bathroom, and then I have one friend who is very into Caesar and Roman Imperium, and then I thought that that's the bathroom for that guy in the future. So that was, I think, last time, a few days ago. But yeah.
Because you know it's a trendy topic. I suppose you are familiar with all the social media things.
I am. Yeah. My girlfriend told me about this trend.
But thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I will take this also. Hello. I'm an explorer of life, CEO and founder of the Naturist. My past 4 years I've been really fascinated about how fucked up the food industry is. And so I've kind of like, it's like an onion, then you start taking the layers off and seeing the problems. So yeah, I hopefully will give you some ideas how the market looks like if you're providing the actual products to the customers, and then they give the money to you, and you get the actual market feedback. So I try to be as honest as possible. You can ask me as raw questions as you want. There's nothing to be afraid of. I love to travel. I've built some businesses before, so IT has been the field, and the question there is also how do you build the products in a short period of time and get the products out, get the actual market feedback. So that's the kind of thing I try to bring into I'm bringing to the food industry and what my team is doing. I will not go into that topic, but there are big, heavy problems. Where the food comes from, how it's produced, what quality of ingredients it has, and how it is marketed to us. And all of this affects our health, well-being, and environment. What gives me hope is that there are some easy ideas and solutions how to fix it. So here's a small exercise for you. I will tell you a story at the same time, but imagine you're a chicken farm owner and now you need to make more money. How do you do it? Do you make the chickens bigger? Do you grow them faster? How do you do it? Do you have more chicken? And why do we have 34 billion chickens in the world? That's another topic. But let me tell you a story. It started all with the Second World War. We had a food crisis. There was not enough food. Western society, governments started to invest a lot of money into food security. And so this thing that was once a rare become a thing to celebrate, to have barbecues, to have family dinners, and all this meat went deeply into our lives, and we consume it every day. But this plant-based food industry today is in a crisis. And why? We have in Europe 530 million people. Out of this, maximum 5% are vegan, 5% are vegetarians, some countries more. In Estonia, it's around 2%. And then we have 30% of people who say they don't care about food. They drink Coca-Cola, take the cheapest product they have, and then we have the flexitarians who basically consume 90% of the population consumes the meat. So yeah, this is how the market kind of looks like today. And when you put the product out into the market, that's the reality. The vegan shop shelves in Estonia are very small. In Germany, they have at least done that you have like half of is meat, half of is vegan products, and there's a lot of options out there. So I founded a food innovation company that's got nothing to hide. That means that if you look behind the product and label, you understand what's inside of the product. You don't have to put crappy ingredients in. When you're developing new products, then I don't actually understand why do we put the shit inside of them when we have all the other technologies to say we want the product to have a long shelf life. Okay, pasteurize the product, build a machine, do that. You don't have to put tons of crappy ingredients. But we here in this room, as we are developing these products, somehow these new products have this stuff, so I don't know why. It's just a question where maybe you can set some kind of a border and somehow try to have those hard conversations with the business guys in the room. So we founded the company. We thought we found a unique niche that the market was craving about in US, Canada. Lots of people bought the product. It looked great. Let's do it. We have a product on the market. It's a vegan, organic, clean label, low in carb, high in protein, 14 amino acids, hemp. It's not soy-based, hemp-based, the best plant-based protein you can get in the market. But then, there is this sandbox. We are with the product in Estonia. This is 1.3 million people. To move the product to other country, that takes money. To move it to the US, it takes 30 euros per shipment. That's not how you do e-commerce, right? So that's where we were around a year ago. So how do you then go and change the habit if you have the product? For the crump, that was a dry textured protein, so you kind of have to teach the customer how to use the product. Mostly people don't know how to use this kind of stuff. That's one challenge, but there are the other challenges. The meat products out there are very, very tasty and good. So how do we now breach the gap between the laboratory experiments and everyday lives? Because habits take time. If we put a good product in the market, can we actually put the good product on the market? Maybe there are some barriers there also, like purchasing manager you have to get past, or who is also having a dilemma, should I put more products there or not? Because all the vegans in the market are saying me that I don't want to go to the meat section, so there are a lot of conversations and negotiations to do to get the market moving. And so like us and like other startups, the startup world is like a roller coaster. So once you launch your company, you have capital, money and investments and all the fun, and then you start going straight to the death valley. And this is basically that happens to 95% of companies. And then you're with your first product and idea, and you release it, you go to your customer, and customer tells you about what this product is. All your imaginations are destroyed. And you get the feedback, you pivot. So then comes the phase to test. You try out different ways, actually, to see what the customer then wants. How do you turn that meat into eating more? Either is it Funki-based or hemp-based or food. So making it tasty and easy to use is the thing we've been focused on, and we developed like a chicken product, and what we market to people is that when you open the package, it doesn't stink, and like a chicken does. And it's already cut into pieces, so you don't have to do it. We already cooked it, so you save some time. So these are the things that we market to the people, and they try and they are like, oh, it was good, and my tummy is filled. So we try to do it with the mission and share the knowledge with the chefs. We've been doing it now for a year with the different schools, and it's going on, I would say, pretty great. And then last week, it's in Estonia, and so we had a cool case with that we are doing bad for the kids. And Elva community, local South Estonian people in the Facebook groups want to go on the streets and take down the chefs for us serving bee-based olive oil water, basically, and destroying the kids' health. So this is what the market is, just giving you feedback. And if you build the products, then be ready for it. That's how actually the Estonian, those conservative people, I don't care, do and act. So, how to get actual customers, how to make a profit, but not cutting corners. And if you sell this product in a shelf for €4, you take their shop that takes 30% from you, you minus the taxes, 20% shop cuts 30%, then you have to do the shipping, you remove there the 10%, and then you have the product. And this profit has to keep all your business going. So you kind of have to sell a lot of volumes. When you're a small company, you don't have built out the distribution network, it's a pretty interesting ride. How do you then make money? For that quest, we bought a food truck and started rolling wraps and playing with the taste. And this has been like a good product development tool for us, because when we develop something in the kitchen or now we have also food laboratory, when we do it there, we can get into the people's mouth, and that's how we collect feedback, develop. In 1.5 years, we've developed kana, morning crumbs, 9 other products that we've had to shut down, or even we've started to sell them, but taking them off from the shelves. But these products are kind of growing very, very interestingly. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for very enthusiastic and nice and honest presentation. Thank you for that. And we have a question. I don't know Katrin by heart, but do you want to ask it yourself? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure. Can you, Lina, help us?
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. I'm not a scientist. I'm a lawyer, so I'm asking these kind of questions. What have been the legal challenges for you when you're developing your product?
Yeah, so for us, so once we had launched this, did this crowdfunding, then we unlegally sent it to 30 countries. So we didn't register it into all the countries. That probably takes half a year. So we haven't done that, all the FDA registrations yet. What legally we've had done and have to do in Estonia is that, as we are manufacturer ourselves, then setting the standards, doing all the documents, CSRs, all the things, lots of good documents, and we have amazing quality manager in our team who's helping to manage that. There's the amazing lady. So that's the collaboration. It was really interesting, because when this Taimne Teisipäev had the same time going this strike against in Pealtnägija, at the same time we had veterinary and food administrator in our house doing all the checks and days of visits. So it was really interesting to watch. Like, come on, you don't want to go there and actually solve real problems. But yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience, please? Actually, when you mentioned already this administration, did you have any problem with this kana, or this C is enough to make the difference between kana regular in Estonia?
Yes, it's enough here, and it's also enough in Finland, and they have also kana there. So so let's see. But yeah, conservative men are in Facebook pretty loud about this name, but I think they are helping us to spread the word.
Also commercially, some new product available with C. So yeah, any more questions? Then I will ask it's very nice that I think most of you are interested in the topic, saw also the news about this kana in this South Estonia school. Where was it in? Elva, yes. And what is the situation after that? There was, of course, a lot of angry comments, as usual in this case. What is the end story of this?
Yeah, I totally don't know the reason why this thing came up at all. Probably someone was, I don't know. But there is no problem. The product is safe. Now the question is how to do the communication in the local area, and we try to do best. So. Let's see, Facebook groups and answering to the, writing them just our opinion of you and educating. But yeah.
I mean, you're still available there. It's not like it cut the deal.
Yes, we're still available and working with the school and all the school chefs turning the next, what is it? Holiday, come to training to Naturist food camp where we train the chefs. So yeah.
I think that's really important also to train how to make best out of it.
Yes, it is, because some chefs in the schools put this product with, there was somebody sent the picture, then they put the siga.
Pork, yeah?
Yeah, pork with crump together into
They made a mix?
They mix it, yeah, and then they put it into a soup and offer kids a soup. So we're like,
yeah, that's not the best
way to serve. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
But it's actually in the very basics, like showing the chefs, like, oh, there are those kind of spices existing, more than 10 spices exist, and you can buy it from the supplier you already have, and doing that kind of things to educate the chefs. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is one topic, especially also my personal opinion, that we need to educate more to how make these vegetarian or vegan meals much better. This is especially in the school when most of the chefs maybe are old school a bit.
Yeah.
The pork in the soup, that's easy. Any more questions? We have still, yes, please. Still a few minutes.
Hello, thank you, Jürgen. It was very great. I am Kaidi, and I was one organizer of food conference in South Estonia in Elva. We did very great cooperation with Naturist. We offer school food for our conference guests, and it based on the Naturist product kana. And it was really, really tasty. But what happened after it was, I think we can expect such a kind of active. And it was, yes, it wasn't very good. We didn't feel very good. But Mayor of Elva, Priit Värv, he make opposite speech on that. And I think we have to consider all if you want to try some kind of innovation and offer for our children, because, as you said, it's very hard to change habits.
Yeah, it takes some takes some effort, but the question is like, is there a question that to argue about that is the plant-based food or is it future? My question is like, why not, or what else then? Like, well, where do you get the protein, or how do you do it? Not in 10 years, but how do you do it next year and next year and next year? Because the habits take time. We can't imagine that in 10 years we'll develop a food that, like iPhone, everyone starts to eat. Or food is not technological in that way. So it just, these habits take time.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you. Our time is up. Thank you. Let's thank Jürgen again. And now we have time for our first panel, my favorite topic, but not mushrooms, it's mycoprotein. And the topic is mycoprotein and future of alternative protein. There is, of course, question mark after that sentence, but we will have a panel discussion to understand, is it future of alternative protein or not? I will ask the panel on the stage, but before that, I will not ask the questions from the panels because there's two persons, but I will ask question for you, audience. You can think about that while I take time to get panel on the stage. Why so many people are interested in mycoprotein nowadays? Do you know? Of course, because they are fun guys. You have to think about that. But, okay, we will start with Triin Remmelgas from Mati Foods. Please. Let's give an applause also. You can choose a seat. Then Sirli Rosenvald from Funki. I must be careful with that one. And already presented, but Ranno Nahku from TFTAK. Thank you. And I will, from time to time, scroll my phone. I'm not in Facebook or Instagram. I'm just checking the new questions. So sorry about that if you see me scrolling the phone. But let's start off with a round of introduction. Ranno already had a chance, so let's start with Sirli. Let's talk a bit about yourself and about the company, Funki.
So happy to be here again after a year of pause. I'm Sirli. I'm a food scientist from background, working a lot of with different food technologies in recent 5 years, mainly focusing on different alternative protein technologies. And in 2022, I founded a startup company called Funki. And the aim of Funki is bring to the market mycoprotein-based food that is tasty, healthy, and environmentally friendly.
Thank you. And maybe just to continue with that, of course, I think many of the audience know what is mycoprotein, but maybe just a short notice. What is, Ranno already had a small presentation also, but maybe just a short notice from you. What is mycoprotein?
So who doesn't know yet what is mycoprotein? So it is a protein from fungi, but not the mushrooms that you can go and pick in the forest, but this is like mycelium or mushroom roots, so basically micro mushrooms that you can grow in a, let's say, fermentation tank, so you grow them during fermentation process. So it's most similar, let's say, to the brewing industry, where you basically grow the biomass by giving some simple sugars and some other ingredients that they need. And these fungi are very rich in protein, so which is not very common to the mushrooms that we can really pick from the forest. So they are very different types of mushrooms that we are talking about.
We will get to this nutrition part also. Sirli already ran a bit, but very good. Also, you can remember the Ranno's presentation about the mycoprotein and the mycelium. But then, Triin, let's introduce yourself and the company Mati, and where did you get this name? And did I say correctly? I know Funky, I had Funky. And Mati, where did you get this name?
So hello everyone. I'm too really glad to be once again back at the Food Innovation Summit. My name is Triin. I am a co-founder of a mycelium-based startup, or mycelium-based technology startup. Mati, both are fine. How we ended up having this name? Well, I guess like we managed to do like part of the job when choosing this name because it sparks interest. It's really often that you get the question. But basically we wanted to go with a name that would be somehow tied back to Estonia, as our main market will quite quickly be outside of Estonia, as Estonia is really a small market, unfortunately. As Jürgen also brought up this topic with the sandbox symbol. So we wanted to have something, that would tie us back to Estonia, and also something that would be name-like, catchy, easy to remember, and well, my grandpa's name is Matti as well. So I personally fell in love as soon as I saw that name as one of the options. So it might have something to do with that as well.
Okay, very nice background story always. Thank you. So Ranno, you already made a good presentation also about the growing, and I also had a question about the challenges, but you already showed us the pictures, and these are real challenges. You saw those fermenters that was clogged almost. But how many different filamentous fungi strains you are working at the moment, or what is in your interest?
Right now we are working around 10 strains, but not 10 species. Species are around 5.
5 species.
Yeah, around,
okay, around.
Yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned also that you can use of course it's always interesting what are they using to grow, so what is the substrate? So you mentioned side streams, can you elaborate on that? What are you testing?
So basically this fungi, they are interesting also because they are naturally degraders, meaning that they have very strong ability to utilize different substrates from environments, and this is also the science streams. Also the other part is that if we produce mycoprotein, in the end we need to eat it. So we cannot use whatever waste there. It must be, in the end, it must be edible without a lot of purification, because every purification, of course, purification can be done, but it adds costs. So ideally, this is the main challenge. So about the waste streams, basically, we are looking very different available streams. For solid state, it's spent grain or cara, so this kind of substrates. Also, wood sugars is that we use. So these are the main things.
Okay.
But we are also starting projects and looking basically all available.
Can it theoretically be food waste, or it will be a rather problem from legislation? Do you know?
No, I'm not specialist on that. I would say it can be. But yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Sirli, you already started to talk about the nutritional part. Of course, this is an interesting topic. So can you maybe elaborate on the nutritional side? And maybe if you usually try to compare, if it's like new product for people, how do you compare it? How do you explain it?
Yes, so the fungi that are currently used for human food, so they have been selected, these specific strains have been selected based on their nutritional value. So to have a high content of protein. And what is good about fungal protein is that the amino acid profile and the bioavailability for human is very similar to meat. So it is really high quality protein. But maybe I will come back to this, but Funki is not aiming to oppose to meat, or Funki is more here really to diversify our diet. And so if we think from this perspective, we can also get protein from meat, but what Funki gives us extra is the fibers. So I think fibers are also very important macronutrients in our diet, and the overconsumption of meat is very often coming hand in hand with not enough consumption of fibers, which mainly come from fruits, vegetables, and bread products. So I'm always saying that with Funki you can have your meats and your oat porridge in one portion. So I really like the nutrient profile of fungi. So they are not only for your protein, they are much more.
Okay, and you're not opposing to or like if you're trying to describe it to the person who sees it first time, how do you still try to describe it?
You mean what Funki is doing?
Yes.
So we want that people will have Funki a day or a week or something like that. So if people are eating chicken on Wednesday, let's say, they could have Funki on Friday or on Saturday. So really to diversify, but this is related to a lot of different challenges because we want to build a new product category on the market, and it is always challenging to describe people because they want to compare it to something. And I can say that it is alternative to meat in terms of that you can use it for food as meat, but we are not aiming to imitate the taste. So when we develop our products, we are not taking any references that we want it to taste like. So we are basically aiming to get the best tasting product as possible. So we have a bit different approach.
Okay, thank you. And then Matti, I know that you're at the moment concentrating mostly on the fish and the chicken, yes. Can you elaborate maybe what is the next aims, or you can use the audience to ask what is, but if you have any ideas, you can ask the audience what would be the most popular to aim for.
Yeah, you're right. Currently, our main focus has been on chicken and fish. So in that sense, we have taken slightly different path or strategy than what Sirli just explained, that we are aiming to mimic the texture and taste that would be already similar to people. So if they see our product there on the shelf, they can kind of expect what they're getting. And one reason why we do find mycoprotein to be a really good source of protein is that it's really functional, so you are actually able to get quite close with the taste and texture to the animal-based counterpart. But to answer your question, what we're planning next, well, we have always lots of products in the pipeline. We're taking into account really many aspects when deciding which would be the main focus. Like after you do the initial tests and the initial consumer studies, you have to, it's like Tetris game that you have all those different aspects, and then you want to finally decide where you exactly put your focus. Then you just have to take all of them into account. But currently, well, thanks for asking, and I would love to engage our public in this. So if I give you two different directions, one would be schnitzel and burger type of products. So something that perhaps plant-based alternatives of those products we're already seeing on the market, but at the same time, well, we're eating perhaps more burgers and schnitzels than the other way would be shrimp scallop type of food. So if you'd have to choose which one of those you'd love to see in the shelves of retail stores, which one would it be? So firstly, burger and schnitzel crowd, can you raise your hand? So yes. Perhaps 1/3, 1/4.
Not so many. Yeah.
Well, not so many. Yeah.
So many on the market.
So what about scallops and shrimps? Most of people. So well, thank you. Noted.
So
scallops is gonna be. Yeah.
Scallops is a good. I also voted for scallops. So, but thank you. So yeah, the seafood area is maybe more to look for in this case.
Yeah, well, it's newer, it's more innovative, right?
Yes.
So, but we are at the Innovation Summit, so we do have to take that
we have
into
very
account.
Innovative people here.
Yeah, not your average Joe.
Yeah, but there is so many burgers already, so that's also. Okay, but Ranno, I have a question. What kind of projects do you have at the moment related with filamentous fungi? I know, of course, you can't speak all of the things, so leave out the information you cannot share, but maybe some things. And are you looking also to the other areas, not only food, maybe in this sense also?
So basically, also as I noted in the presentation, though, we are working on fish analog, and we are working on like a meat analog. So these are the main projects. Also working with Tempe. And in addition to that, we are actually working with spore production.
Spore production.
As a biofertilizer.
Biofertilizer, okay,
So
very interesting.
Essentially, it is similar because we are using just another species of filamentous fungus. But in the end, our goal is a spore, viable spores. Cultivation-wise, it is similar. It is actually easier to do because you don't have to eat it. So you can use the waste easily there. So this is also what we are actively working right now.
And are you looking also, what are the other areas you could even more elaborate if you just think, you don't have it at the moment, but materials, etc.?
Yes, actually, we have had a request about making buoys from fungal mass.
Buoys for the sea, yes. Oh, okay.
We couldn't do it because we didn't have the scale at the time. But otherwise, it was pretty interesting request. So this is like material is one side. So fungus, they can be used to make leather-like materials as well. So these are the other areas outside food and fertilizer.
So there is a lot of future for fungi. Okay, thank you, Sirli. Just a question to maybe we will have a novel food panel later, but is mycoprotein novel food or not?
So it depends what kind of fungi you use. So what Funki is working with right now, this is not considered as novel food, but if we look what is going on around the world, so there is a very intensive search for different new sorts of fungi that will be novel food, but that could really help to have the good nutrition, good economical feasibility and scalability, things like that. So the world of fungi is very active and growing at this point of time.
So, but the one, I don't know, if you can't answer, but then you can say that, but the one, where did you get your fungi?
So that's a bit longer story.
We have a bit time, so make it.
So I start from the beginning. So when we started with Funki, we were only aiming to buy in the mycoprotein itself and develop different types of food products upon it, as we have years of experience in food formulations. But it turned out this mycoprotein is one of a unique material. So if you have a baker, it's easy to go and buy a flour to yourself, but it's very difficult to outsource mycoprotein. So a while ago, we understood that we cannot have that kind of risk over our heads, and together with my colleague here in left hand, we are developing together a mycoprotein production technology of our own, so we could really source ourselves in the future.
But the fungi itself, can you, if you can say it, is it, I know Solar Foods, there is when they found it from the nature, so can you elaborate on that? Where did it came from?
Yeah, what we are currently using, this is also originated from the nature and already found in 60s, so it has been eaten as a food for quite a long time already, so...
Okay, thank you. Yes, of course.
To my knowledge, it was like somebody's back garden.
From the back garden?
Yeah.
Do you know which country?
It's UK.
UK, okay. So it's quite okay in our climate also here. Okay. And then to Mati, a small commercial to the lunch that is waiting ahead. I know do we serve Mati there today? Yes? Yes. But this is to discover when it's lunchtime. But the question, of course, a lot of people hear now about fungi. There are some places where you had some, where you can get to buy it. But when it will be in the shops, people want to taste it already.
Well, yeah, I said the people who are here today with us, I will have the chance to try it out. And please, I'm really open to feedback, if it's constructive / negative, still really open. Texture, taste, anything you have to say about it. I like really please do that. When it will be on the shelves, I don't want to give out any promises because we have seen so far that some of the expectations we have had, similar to what Sirli was explaining, that the sourcing of mycoprotein is trickier than flour, but it will change in the future, as we're seeing so many companies around Europe and the whole world doing their pilot scale production currently, and will hopefully scale soon. So we might be abundance of mycoprotein that we see in the coming years. So my first hope would be December this year, if not perhaps January, something like that.
So something on the Christmas table in this case?
Perhaps, yeah, some chicken analog, mighty chicken analog for Christmas.
And as we already talked about lunch, I will still use the opportunity that you can explain what are you offering today, because maybe later there will be a lot of discussion, and I don't know if there is information available. What is today's serving?
Yeah, so if they haven't changed the recipe, it was really interesting combination. I haven't even thought of that kind of a combination. So it's always really good to get your product out there to see what other people have in mind and what ideas they get in their heads when dealing with our product. So it will be mushroom ragu with mighty chicken fillet. So like, you see, like mushrooms and mycoprotein-based chicken. But yeah, I had the chance to taste it, and I really like the ragu. So I hope they'll be serving the same dish today. Are they? Yeah, they are.
Yes. So bear with me, there is still 20 minutes to go, but we already start to think about lunch. It's already getting later. But okay, maybe some questions from the audience. It's time to jump in the discussion. Otherwise, I have questions, but yes, please. I don't know if you... Oh, are we out of microphone? Oh, maybe we'll lend one from here. We can share here.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, very interesting. I have two questions actually. So two of them are... or the first one is for you two girls. So you have been saying all the good words about the fungi and its nutritional composition. We know that when we eat the plant-based burger, we often get digestive problems. How is it with the protein of fungi? Do you get the similar, let's say, gas formation in your belly when it's with the pea and the faba bean protein? And the second question is all of you three. You have mentioned it already, but what is currently your biggest obstacle or bottleneck in this working with fungi in different aspects? And can we in the end then sum up and see there are a lot of troubles actually to bring it in the market, or not really?
Okay, very good. Maybe, I don't know who wants to start with the first question. Sirli, maybe you started with the nutrition.
I can start from the nutritional question. So I think with peas and things, that is the question of fibers that are present in the polysaccharides present in the legumes. So this is not something that is there in fungi. So their fibers that are in fungi are mainly beta-glucans that are not the same ones as in oat, but similar ones, and chitin. And the other question, what are the struggles? So I think we both mentioned already the sourcing, and this is quite a difficult technology. So it's not like that one day you think that I want to start growing mycoprotein, and in a week time mycoprotein is coming out from your factory. So it takes quite a lot of time, and it is, although there are a company who is doing it for quite a long time, but I would still say that the technology development innovation in this fungal area is still if not in its beginning, but rather in beginning. So there are a lot of technological challenges. So Ranno has talked about that as well. But I think that future is bright, and I will manage to solve it together. So I will hand over from here.
Yeah, then Triin maybe before Ranno will go to the lab.
So yeah, to answer the first part of your question, no, just like seconding to Sirli, that's not an issue, and I can like also say it from my own perspective and experience, like having after having done sensory analysis, meaning like tasted different samples the whole day, and even during pregnancy, everything is fine with us and our bellies. And to answer the second part of your question, well, I kind of once again have to agree with Sirli. Perhaps I just to add that, as she mentioned, a lot of brain and tech and time resources needed to scale the mycoprotein production. It's also really financially or capex intensive as well. So you had to have a lot of money to be able to just do that.
And Ranno.
Yes. So part of the challenges in the process point of view. So if you think of like yeast fermentation, so yeast is also a fungus, and you can reach folds higher final biomass concentration with yeast than with filamentous fungi right now in bioreactors. So this is the like core challenge. Productivity with fungi right now is just falls slower, and this must be improved. And in large, we have two choices. We search for good behaving species naturally. So we screen until we find something that is performing extraordinarily well, but still has the filaments because it is a must. Or we try to improve genetically these kind of species. Of course, there are issues with that as well, but this is another way of making the species perform better in the production.
But if you would compare it with the yeast, is it harder to change the fungi in GMO level? Is it harder?
Yeah, certainly it is. But it's mostly because there is much less research done with filamentous fungi, because yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, for instance, it is a model organism, has been for tens of years, like E. coli. So this is a lot has been done with this, and this is that in time we'll learn more. Certainly.
Okay, and we have more questions from the audience. I will read them through because then we have microphones on the stage already. Sigrid asked, how difficult is to get new products into the assortment of large retail chains? We will have retail later talking, but maybe the question's rather for Sirli and Triin. I don't know who wants to start. I don't know if you are in that phase or do you have experience at the moment?
Well, you have to have a good value proposition. In Estonian retails, the fact that we are a local company and offering something rather innovative and new to the consumers. So this is enough, definitely, to be able to actually get your product out there on the shelf. When we have had discussions with Central European retail purchasing managers, then what has been fascinating and a good value proposition for them is the clean label aspect. So clean label means that the product has natural ingredients and not too many additives and not too long ingredient list. So when we mentioned that our product is free of methyl cellulose, which might sound to you like rather a technical aspect or like, okay, well, who cares? A lot of people actually do care. And if you can like be able to offer them what is currently missing on the shelves, then it won't be an issue to get past the purchasing managers. But then, once you're on the shelf, then your product has to actually prove it. We haven't made it that far currently, so I'm not able to say whether it will be easy or difficult, but then it's going to be the price and the taste and perhaps the like how you're able to actually use it in your kitchen. If it's like annoying, takes a lot of time and it's not convenient for the person and it's expensive and not actually tasty, then, well, you're not going to last long. But if you're able to tick those boxes, then hopefully we're going to do good.
Okay, thank you. Sirli, have you any experience at the moment with the retail?
Yeah, I would maybe just comment from Funki's side that we are starting from the food service sector and just to get a feedback, get the people to know the product, do marketing, that kind of thing. So at the point when we plan to reach the shelves of large supermarkets, people already know what Funki is. They already know to come and look it up from there. So we won't end up in a situation that the retailers took a product in, but nobody knows about it and it's standing in the shelves. So we are a bit waiting with making that move, going into big retail chains.
Thank you. There was a long question. I will try to maybe make it a bit shorter. The amount of estrogen is important for women health. With the development of food technology, the amount of estrogen has increased significantly. As a result, the percentage of diseases associated with this increases. Are you aware of this problem? And if so, how will the future alternative protein technology address this problem? So the long question short, is there a problem with the estrogen in this case, with this filamentous fungi, this alternative protein? It's about the hormone then. Is there any problem?
Personally, I don't know the answer.
I would say that there is no problem. I think the problem is only related to soy. I'm not familiar that this is problem of any other sort of alternative protein product. So.
But can there be some problems that you maybe are aware of or something like that? Or do you know anything?
I would rather say that not. So mycoprotein, as I briefly mentioned, has been actually consumed for tens of years already, and the amount of some intolerance or things like this is very rare. So I wouldn't say that there is any two specific issues to consider, but maybe Triin wants to add.
No?
Once again, no.
Very good. Very good question from Monica also. I'm wondering if you can have a future some clear EU regulations, specifically the minimum nutritional value that should be fulfilled in mycoprotein products. So there will be new species, as we know. Do you see, this is a question, do you see it's necessary to have some kind of legislation for mycoprotein? Because there might be some mycoprotein coming at this not so good nutritional value and, steer the market. So do you see this is a problem or rather for future? There is no such legislation at the moment, for sure.
So, like, in that case, there should be a similar legislation regarding other food products as well, I guess. I mean, you also have different, I don't know, flours or different milk products that have different nutritional characteristics. So it seems to me to be a bit far-fetched, but I'm open to the discussion. And I believe that once the EU will actually go through with the, I know that quite many companies and in some countries perhaps also it's already quite popular or self-regulatively used, like this red, yellow, orange, green solution, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? I don't know the exact term. Well, I guess like something similar that entails all food products would be good enough.
Okay, then it's good enough for that. So there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. So we have only 6 minutes to go. I don't want to steal too much lunchtime, but still, Is there any questions from the audience? The last option. Okay, one. I know, can we send the microphone before we wrap up here? Of course, you can still type in the questions in the app, or later you can catch the persons on the stage.
I am an environmental engineer, so my question is, as usually, from the sustainability part. What do you think how this mycoprotein is superior than other alternative proteins? I know that one part is land use. Probably they are superior in terms of land use. But what do you think about the energy demand? Are the production is energy intensive, or it is not that much?
Who wants to answer that? It's quite technological question, but...
I can start, maybe. I think it depends, so we can't say compared to other alternatives, because if you think, okay, most of the alternatives today are plant-based, and I think the question is how they are made, so how you got the protein out from the original crop, so there are multiple ways, so I would say depending on the crop, depending on the production technologies, you will have different energy consumption, even for different plant-based sources. But mycoprotein production is not requiring a lot of energy, so in most of the cases it has the lowest energy consumption compared to the other alternatives. And as Ranno also briefly mentioned, that you can grow fungi on different side streams, which impacts the environmental footprint even more in the positive direction.
Can I briefly add that one side to look at is this sustainability aspect, meaning like what are the resources we use in producing the certain protein source, but and Sirli gave already a good question in regards to that, but the other aspect we need to be looking at, unfortunately, we are already at the stage where we have to look at, is the mitigation aspect when it comes to the climate change. And as mycoprotein is grown in a controlled environment, meaning that it's not open to the extreme weather conditions we will see happening more and more. It is something that will help us in regards to the food security. That is going to be a more important question in the near future.
Thank you. So I think it's time to start wrapping up. I have a final question to each of you. There is a similar one for you too there. Let's start with Triin. What has been the biggest challenge so far, if you think all this way to the mycoprotein? And what is the most interesting challenge at the moment you're facing next?
Well, all in all, the most challenging part has been, as said, sourcing the mycoprotein, but I don't want to be like copy-pasting myself and Sirli all the time. So.
But it's fair enough, it's fair enough. You don't have to think a new one. If this is the real challenge at the moment,
yeah, well, it is, yeah. And what we're currently working on, Well, I say that the devil is in the details always. So a really interesting challenge that we're working on currently is reducing the price of our product. So as mentioned here before by Kristina, one of the main reasons that people keep indicating to is the price parity, and well, one part that we can do is to decrease our own costs, ingredient costs, production costs, so on. But the other side would be, and I'm Kristina, if you're here, perhaps I will actually write to you in regards to the, you know, getting our uniting the power of the plant-based food industry and NGOs working in the field, because what we're currently seeing is the subsidies to the animal-based meat being something that kind of, pulls down the price of the animal-based meat, and it's really hard to compete in this kind of environment. So this
we
is
need
something.
this lobbying, as Kristina was saying.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, thank you. So Sirli, the same question for you.
Yeah, so going beyond sourcing, as said, for us, the communication and marketing, because we really want people to understand that fungi are not alternative protein, but complementary protein, and this is something that helps to spice up your everyday diet and not to take away something from you. That is one thing. And you asked also what are the challenges currently. Also, so we put a lot of effort into our mycoprotein production development. So this is our key priority in the coming year.
So do not have this problem that was already
Yes.
very good strategy. And Ranno already told us about the struggles. We see it in the lab. So maybe from you, to wrap up this panel, where do you see, if you talk about mycoprotein full, not only the food application, what do you think? What will be maybe the main area where the potential is the highest for mycoprotein? You mentioned also the materials, the leather, the biofertilizers. Do you see any of them like the biggest challenge and the biggest market?
No, I still think that the biggest market is the meat alternative. All the other things like materials, this is probably secondary. There are a few cases now, these materials, biodegradable materials, it's a little bit difficult to see that these materials will perform really well. But I'm not an expert on that field, so I can't say.
But the fastest development is still in the food at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. And this is where the sustainability questions lie mostly.
Yes, I totally agree, as we see already in the first presentations. But thank you. Let's thank the panel. And now it's time for lunch. So as I already told, you can try this mycoprotein at lunchtime. So, and be back at 1 o'clock. Yes, thank you. Okay, let's start. I hope you had a nice lunch. You are full of good nutrients and ready to listen some more interesting stories. Now we will have Peeter Tava on the stage. He will talk about the Thormi. Probably you know this brand. It was also a meal for last conference for the lunchtime. And I can say very interesting presentation. I went this through. If you are thinking about startup, this is the presentation you should listen. And I don't know how much Peeter need actual introduction, but still I have a few words about Peeter. Peeter has over 30 years of experience as an entrepreneur, having worked in various industries. For the last 14 years, he has been active in food production, 12 of which were at the Estonian leading gourmet brand Gourmet Club. And now, for the last 3 years, he started a food startup, Vegestar, and this is the brand Thormi, well, better known as under the brand Thormi. And Peeter, he strongly believes that to improve the health of the planet and its people, humanity should significantly reduce meat consumption. However, to change even the most addicted carnivores menu towards plant-based food, delicious alternatives must be offered. And this is what Peeter is trying to do. But before you can start, I still, you know that there is a question for you, yes?
Rome.
What was the last food you consumed a bit too much that your stomach said that it's too much, but you still kept going?
I take part of some blind tasting of some cakes. And I had to.
So it was mandatory?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. But the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This after food is a good moment to speak about money. Few questions. Do we have any entrepreneurs in the audience? Few, yeah. Any experience with fundraising? Yeah, great. Successful fundraising? Oh, super. Any investors here? Let's talk later. So, Rain made the good introduction, thank you. And let's few words about money. We all have heard this sentence. And yeah, basically I can strongly agree that there is a more important things in the world than money. But money for a company equals like blood in a human body. So if there is no money in a company, it means it's same like there is no blood in a human. And they cannot exist without. Very brief introduction. We are considering us as a food tech startup. We started 3 years ago with cooperation with TFTAK to develop the plant-based meat alternative. 2 years ago, we launched our first product to the Estonian retail. And last year, we made our first export to Finland. This year, let's say our major Estonian retailers are selling our products as gas station chains as well and bigger wholesalers. We are expecting this year revenue a bit more than the 400,000, which means like year-on-year growth from last year about 300%. And if we can like manage and succeed to make our investments, then we are expecting next year revenue of 2 million euros. Few of our products, we have like more than 20 products, which like 15 we have launched this year. Little history lesson. 2021, we started with this constructing our new production site. Who remembers there is a lot of money available in the market this year. All this valuation of different startups, they were crazy. There is a lot of investors around, also behind our doors, but we didn't get them in, so we declined. And the reason was very simple, that we were planning to make our first investment around in spring 2022. Yeah, we know this date. On this day, war started in Europe, and if we took a look behind this door of investors a few days later, we didn't find anybody, no investors anymore. So I put together a few lessons, and first lesson is if somebody wants to give you money and you think that maybe time is not right, or investor is not right, or valuation is not right, you have to consider that maybe tomorrow there is no such offer anymore. So, but still, we were in need of money. How to get the money? FFF, this is a known acronym, but this friends, family, and fools. I personally do not like this word, the fools, but this is official name of this round. I would use the fans. And this is actually the round which also almost all startups are using. And it contains really friends, family, yourself, of course. And lesson 2, if you really believe in your business, and it means that you probably can convince your first of yourself, of course, and or your family and members and the friends that this is a good idea to invest to your business. And is of course it contains yourself as well. So my personal savings and incomes for the last, let's say, 3 years are gone in one same place. So if a wife asks that maybe we should make some preparement at home, and my answer is that, yeah, but sorry, I am startupper. If some friends mention that, oh, you're still driving this old car, I said, yes, I am a startupper. Or kids are asking that, so it's cold outside, why we don't go to the vacation somewhere, to a warm place? And also they know that is startupper. But still, we got our first investor, spring 22. I was invited to the Äripäev Radio to speak about the plant-based meat alternatives, and then I mentioned that we are like looking for investments. And a few hours later, I got the email from a Westman Group. Westman is pretty good, pretty big investment company. They are investing mostly in forestry and agriculture. They're also the renewable energy and all to future. And they decided to put their money us. So we got the first investor. And listen, you should be visible, audible, and use every single opportunity that you can like loudly say out your idea. 22 fall, it was quite a big thunderstorm already in financial markets this time, but we succeeded to make the very successful investment round with help of crowdfunding with Fundwise, and we got 150 investors on board, and investments were between like 200 euros and 40,000 euros. And next lesson, it's if you are planning to invest to attract investors, you should be very available for them. It's you're explaining why you are doing what you are doing, and communication. And also very, very good idea to be visible in social media and all other channels. Next round started this year. We announced the minimum tickets, 100,000 euros. And
we tried to took the contact with more than 50 different investors, and you have to, if you are going to do that, you have to
You have to be ready that more than 50% of your emails, they are not replied. Very big part of your phone calls are not answered. Even if you have already got some first contact or contacts, could be some disappearance in one day. If you get those people around the table, then I have heard this sentence like tens and tens times. But you guys are doing great. It's you are like, your idea is super, your philosophy is super, team is super, your products are less amazing. I really do like, and I like to buy this from retail. Tell me where I can buy. But you are too early stage for us, or second option, too late. Food production. Sorry, it's very difficult to scale, and this is not attractive at all. As one business angel said that food production, this is not sexy at all. Could be right. So once I got some really nice gentleman in one table, and he was already saying the same sentence before, but then we were talking about the money, and they said, oh, good, but our minimum ticket is 80 million. And yeah, there's many investors say that they are not just familiar with food sector. And the reason I was asking that why, and it's many Estonian investors are have earned the money in technology, with technology sector, and they just then this is the place where they usually they invest the money as well. And due to the situation in markets, many answers were like we have already many troubled investments already, so we don't need really any more. Hopeless? No. Last thing, if you are trying to raise money, is that you are going to lose your hope. That's your faith in your company, your business idea, your mission, and very important, offering the good deal to investors. This should be push all the time forward. And even if you have cut in one day 5 times, no. Don't lose hope. But our last was until August, but this round continues. We made some arrangement. We reduced our ticket size to 10,000 euros. We introduced to the investors the new scalability, the plan how we can scale the business. And in 1 month, we got 1/3 of the money together, and we are every day we're contacting with investors, and we are very optimistic to get on the rest as well. I just a week ago I made a presentation in Estban, Estonian Business Angel Network, and from there we got also in the potential investors. And these are let's say, different feedbacks we got from the investors with the last 1 month. And lesson number 6. It's you have to do your job well. If you have got several no's from investors, just maybe it's time to challenge your approach, what you are going to tell them, also how you are going to present them, I mean the pitch deck, and all feedback, every single sentence from feedback from investors, it is very, very valuable. But it is really, really valuable. But I read from Financial Times that there is several trillion is sitting on a bank accounts, just waiting to be invested. And inflation reduces their value. So, lesson number 7. Somewhere exists an investor who really wants to put the money on your company. And but your task is to find investor, prove them that you are the one who is growing, who will grow his money, and happy end. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. You're just on time also, and we have room for at least one question from the audience. I don't see anything from the app at the moment. Maybe somebody from the audience. It was a very good lesson. There was a lot of startups, yes, behind there.
I'm getting in shape right now after the conference.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, and congratulations for achieving the first third. I believe that's the hardest one, and the rest should be easier, definitely. I have 2 questions, actually. So I understand that you went through a successful crowdfunding campaign. Would you do that again, or have you considered that, is the first question. And the second one is, have you considered any incubation programs to help you achieve your fundraising goals?
Thank you. Actually, we haven't, but after your successful campaign, we were considering it, but we are afraid that this money we're looking for is maybe too big to find it from the crowdfunding. And about this incubation, quite frankly, I'm not very familiar with this. We're we have trying to find let's say, I don't know how traditional it is, but it's from really investors or VCs or the assessment members. And with this incubation, we have been afraid that this is too long process. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Peter. Let's thank him again.
Thanks.
And now we will give word to Talis. Talis is from Rimi. Talis is a commercial operation lead for Rimi Estonia Food AS. His job is to unite Baltic commercial department with local needs. And Rimi Eesti is leading retail chain in Estonia with a network of 81 stores. And through communication, responsibility projects and other initiatives, they want to educate and motivate all people to make better social for the society for the future. One project that got into my mind was the sprout growing programs for kindergarten. That was very nice initiative also from your side. And Talis, I don't know if you're familiar, we have a warm-up question for you.
I heard.
You heard. So, if you could invent new ice cream flavor, what would be the name of this product in Rimi stores then?
New flavor. I think it is hard to say any new flavor because quite many of them somehow already existing. But there seems to be like a certain vegetables or fruits which are really popular in one or another year. It is already seen from the drinks market, for example, and so on. I will make it maybe pumpkin.
Ah, okay, it's a season, very good. And the name would be pumpkin spice.
For example.
Very good. At the moment it would be perfect, especially today. But thank you, Talis, floor is yours.
So great to be here. My name is Talis, as it was already said, representing here Rimi. And to reflect a bit maybe what is happening on the retail market and what trends are there regarding the vegan category. Also in the beginning, one disclaimer that if I'm doing any mistake in terminology, then I hope that I will get a smaller punishment in the end. But let's start. As you already let me here on the stage, I'm also using a couple of minutes to explain a bit Rimi, who we are. Rimi Baltic Group, we are part of actually ICA Gruppen, which is leading retail chain on the Sweden market. In Baltics, we are operating all three markets in 4 different chains: hypers, supermarkets, mini Rimis, and express Rimis. Hypermarkets, our biggest stores, super slightly smaller, closer to your home. Mini Rimis convenience format, and express, which you can find in the city center mainly. One format which is not here is actually also the e-commerce, where you can order our goods, which is the new thing I would call for us as well. We started together with Corona, and it was, let's say, a roller coaster for us, since it became really popular, but definitely a lot of effort which we are putting into that. On the Baltic level, slightly less than 2 billion euros turnover, slightly less than 300 stores, and a bit more than 12,000 employees who we are having. And yes, our vision, make every day a little easier, and how we are doing it, convenient shopping experience for the customer using technology, and also the health and sustainability is super important in our agenda and planning our activities. Now more to move into the topic itself, then yes, the vegan category, that's how we are calling that plant-based food category in Rimi, that's our internal terminology. It actually doesn't have such a long history, I would say, but still the main milestones which I wanted to brought out. We started actually 2017. Maybe it's not really a start which we did, but it was rather the time when we consciously said that vegan is something where we have to look into. And that was the year when we actually started a small pilot. It was really small, couple of stores only, where we gathered then the existing assortment for the vegan category, and then put it all together in the store, so it got a additional visibility for the customers. 2020 I would call a bit bigger milestone. Then we actually formed the vegan category for ourselves, meaning that we actually gathered all the items around the assortments into one category. It got a dedicated category manager to really increase the competence, to have the full vision for the items on the total level. And also at that time we defined that our target customer, who we were aiming at that point, were vegans. For the customers it was like an internal move, but for the customers I would say the actual time when they saw something was 2021, because then we started implementing the category itself in the stores, meaning that all our hypermarkets, the biggest stores, they got the separate freezers with the separate marketing materials and so on. So if you visited our stores, it was rather hard not to notice the fridge itself. And also on the parallel, we started increasing the category, because we started roughly with the 100 items, and currently we are close to the 200, so it was more or less as a double. Meanwhile, after 21, then as it was also the new experience for us, then we rather looked how the assortment is working, what changes we have to do, and so on. And 2023, meaning this year, we actually redefined our target customers. Before it was vegan, now it is flexitarian. I will come back to that a bit later, why. The vegan category, and what, if I'm saying vegan, then what I mean. It is, in the simple words, I would call it is like alternatives category, meaning that if the item by its nature is suitable for vegan, then it is not in that category for us. If it is alternative, then it is. Then also the list of the subcategories which we are selling. Not all of them, but most of them is covered here, like dairy alternatives, cheese, yogurt, meat, fish, and so on. What is also not vegan in our terminology, those are fruit and vegetables, which are separately still frozen fruits and vegetables, and also shelf-stable dry goods, for example, rice and peas, which are also suitable for vegans, but we are not including them into our vegan category. Now to move maybe a bit closer to the sales trends and what we are seeing at the moment. From the market data, actually there is nothing really good which we can use. So we can use only our internal, since the category itself is not really measured at the moment yet. But in Rimi, the vegan category is actually a bit less than 1% from the total sales. So if to list all the categories, unfortunately, it is still really in the bottom. But a growing category, and that's also why we are really keeping it in the focus. You can put it also in the bit different, wider perspective. If Estonia food retail market is slightly above 3 billion euros, then you can do the math and understand what is the value inside the category itself on the Estonian market. Also the sales trends, the graphs, they are maybe not really easy to understand, but to guide you through shortly, then 2020, yes, as I said, we started 2021, we saw a huge sales increase. Obviously that one thing we expanded the assortment, another thing, the visibility, and also the market itself and customers were definitely supporting that. 2022, I think we all also remember what then happened. Inflation started, super high energy bills, people had to somehow save. It didn't have any good effect for the volumes which we are selling in the retail, and the whole retail was actually decreasing. But to say something good about the vegan category, then vegan obviously didn't have any more that huge spike in the sales, but it still increased, at least from the volume-wise. And now, unfortunately, the 2023 is the first year when we are seeing that in the volume-wise it is decreasing at the moment. Also the subcategories, it is not showing the full name somehow, but the lowest ones are the plant-based drinks, which is doing roughly almost 50% of the total turnover. Then there are dairy alternatives, ice creams, and so on. If to maybe bring out a couple of categories which are still showing quite positive trend, then those are meat alternatives, because there are quite a lot of new items which are coming on the market, and definitely that one is still increasing at the moment. And mayonnaises, which is overall trend on the market, and it is increasing, and I think also that's the reason why it's increasing in vegan. And also shortly about the future and what to expect, or what are the challenges for us, let's say, and therefore maybe also for the customers, short term and long term. Short term, the household budget will be still the topic, at least for the 1 year, maybe a bit more. And unfortunately, currently the vegan is still perceived as a luxury category, what is also put it on the slide. And if you have to save, then you are saving from somewhere. That might be also the reason, or is the reason why the sales are currently decreasing a bit. The second question is also how to place the items in the stores. Currently, we have used the approach that they have all brought together on the one fridge or on the one shelf. Our mother company ICA has now started also the pilot aim is to look if to put those items together with the rest of the items, how it is working better, how it is more convenient for the customer. And the flexitarian and vegans, yes, then flexitarians, what we are seeing currently, definitely growing segment, and there are more and more of them. Vegan, they are not decreasing, but they are rather not having that high peak anymore. At least they are not reaching in our stores. There could be also different reasons. I think there are definitely better educated people to quest those, but yes, less processed vegan food might be one reason. Also, to really look into the fruit and vegetables and nuts and grains directly, not something which is processed. And currently also as the vegan category itself, it is still, I would say, rapidly developing, and there are a lot of innovations inside it, a lot of new items, which might be quite a huge challenge for the retailer to really pick the items, what to sell for the customers, and what they are interested to buy. Also for the customer itself, it might be confusing that the items are changing quite quickly, and they are not sure what is inside it. And the quality might be also that vary, that is not really stable yet. But it is all, I would say, really natural for the something which is still in that huge development phase. And for the long term, definitely the last part, it will get better, and the more items will come, the more experience we get, the producers get, and also the customer itself, then it will get better. And currently there is also quite a huge gap between the price levels. I mean that something which is vegan and something which is not, and then if you have to make a choice and you are in this high inflation period, then you have to pick the cheaper one. But I at least predict that this price gap will get a bit closer, so that there is no that huge difference anymore. And one challenge is about displacements. I personally really feel that from the convenience perspective towards the end customer, it makes sense to really keep those items in the shelf together with everything rest. But the both options has some pluses and minuses, and definitely the complexity is there. And the last thing to end up with the positive thing, then I have no doubts that category will increase, because we are seeing the data from the more developed markets, we are seeing the data from our mother company, and it is increasing. There are some obstacles on the way, which we have to overcome definitely, but that's the category where we have to really keep in mind and in focus and develop the further, but just together with the customers and with the reasonable pace. That's actually it. I'm not sure if I'm in time or not, or okay, I got the thumb up, so
we have time for questions. That's always good. I'm sure there are questions from the audience. Please, yes, of course.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, is it, how to say, good to have these, let's call them vegan currently, as you do, vegan products in your selection, or is it burden? Because we know these products have a better shelf life, there are not so many varieties. How much waste you're actually producing, or you pretty much sell everything? So.
Unfortunately, of course not. But that was, I think, also the learning what we got from this 2020 when we started to expand the assortment, because we expanded the area itself in the store, and then also, of course, that area had to be filled with something. Then with our best know-how, we created there, of course, the assortment, and everything looked fine. But if you then start to understand like what people are actually buying and what they are not, then in this category it is somehow really hard to predict, especially if you don't have this competence yet in the place. And unfortunately, after that we have also made many different like changes, because we saw that was also one of the categories which had one of the not the highest, but for the considering the shelf life, then pretty high food waste part as well. But now, together with gaining the knowledge as well, I think we have improved it quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. You mentioned from your last slide, could you turn it back, please?
Sure.
That this short-term goal was on hesitation, and ICA has already started this pilot. So this, when we can expect it in Estonia?
It's maybe hard to say yet how we have to wait how the pilot itself is going, because currently they are preparing for it. Let's say it's not in live, but I can check it for you, and I can answer for you later.
Thank you.
I have a question as well. Yeah, sure.
Hello, my name is Vilma. I'm from Nestle Baltics. Mm-hmm. So actually I have a question. How would you see, what are you missing from the suppliers of vegan products to your retail chain that the category will be growing faster? Can we support you?
I think vegan category is nothing really different from the other categories where the help is always needed in order to grow. I think for the vegan, it is maybe the most crucial thing is that how to gain the customer knowledge, like how to make for them the products really understandable, that they are, because you are not really willing to give your money for something which you maybe don't really understand or trust 100%. So, for example, the degustations or some informative materials for the customers, so that they can get the touch, like what they are actually buying. That's always a help.
Thank you.
Yes, more questions? Yeah, we have time. It's important to have all the answers.
I was wondering, you also try to be different as other food markets. So what, customer can find in Rimi vegan selection that the other Estonian food stores don't have? What we should look and taste that you really suggest?
I think I'm a bit wrong person to ask it, because I'm not really managing that category by myself, but I hope that at least maybe not from the taste-wise, but rather that how you can find the items and how you can make your selection if you are standing next to the shelf. That's better. But I also have to admit that our competitors, they are also not sleeping, and you don't have to be a scientist to understand that you have to invest in that category in order to be visible and develop that, and they are also doing quite great things and also making that category more visible for their customers.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there was one more question from here. There was one here also, or not? Okay, then back there. Jürgen.
Thank you. I'm Jürgen. I have one plant-based food company, and been talking with Rimi also about getting our products into the shelf. And it's kind of sad. The situation is very sad. The shelf is not getting larger, and vegans do not go to the shelf. We know that. Or like the flexitarians do not go to the vegan shelf to pick the products. They go into their meat shelf. And So I have a product ready I want to sell, and then I kind of have to wait for, I don't know what time, 9 months, 12 months, 24 months to sell my product or get my product out in the market to actually get it on the hands of the customers. So how to boost innovation? Can I come to Rimi and design the shop, or can I come and help you somehow to make it faster that this category grows? Because we as a company are making a little bit noise in Estonia about how our products are not suitable for conservative people, but how to boost it, my question is, because there are companies who want to sell the products and get into the market. Is there possibility to do some kind of a sandbox, Rimi, somewhere where to test things faster, or how can we do that?
Very, very innovative ideas. First of all, which I have to say that, or as you said yourself as well, because shop has some limits, meaning that the shelf ends somewhere. So we can give to each category the space, but what are in the store limits. And believe me, there are many other people who are also having the same question, and because also the number of items which are brought to us in order, please sell, there are much more than the shelf can handle, let's say. Therefore, we have to make some kind of selection what we are selling and what we are not. But I think the best what you can do. Also, I think don't start or don't come to work in Rimi, because then you cannot develop your items. But we can connect you with the category manager, and I think she's the perfect one who can help you in order to maybe understand or get better grip, like what we can do in order to sell and boost the category itself.
Increase the quality so fast, let's not put so fast this product out in the market, because there are products who currently generate money. So there is this internal fight inside the organization. It's kind of very interesting to navigate, because good products that have a higher quality changes the market, but we actually want to change that question.
No, we have to look into it. I'm not that aware of that level of details, what communication there has been or has.
Yeah, I think you can discuss that later, and maybe you get right context if you're not the right persons, because you have a definitely topic to discuss later on the coffee break soon. Yeah. But thank you, because we are running in the panel time, so I will stop this discussion there. But feel free to start at the coffee table. Thank you. Because it's time for our second panel, and as usual, I don't have a question for panel, but a question for the audience from me. You can think about that while I'm asking the panel to come. Why don't scientists trust atoms? There's many scientists I know in the public, so think about that question. Maybe you trust atoms, but there are many who doesn't. But until you think, I will ask for the stage. We have everybody here. Hannes Malfroy from Atova, please. Meigo Fonseca from Gelatex. And Juha-Pekka Pitkänen from Solar Foods. Please, Juha. You can jump from there also if it's okay. Yes. And we will give at the moment, maybe later when we start with the questions. At the moment I will give you. Please pick your seat. I will take this one just to see you all. So back to first, there are many scientists here also, but why don't scientists trust atoms? Is because they make up everything, even the tastiest new food trends. So yeah, we will start talking about new fruits. Maybe we start with a question. I don't know who wants to start, maybe Hannes. So to start with a definition of novel foods.
Definition of novel foods. So So I'm a regulatory consultant, so I'll give you the legal definition of what a novel food is. So a novel food is basically a food that has not been consumed in the EU in this case. So if you're talking about the EU, in the EU to a significant degree before a specific date, which is the 15th of May, 1997. So if there's consumption before that date, then your food will not be considered novel.
Thank you. And maybe I started with a definition, but maybe you can now also talk about the company you're working for.
Yeah, so I work for Atova Regulatory Consulting. So that's a regulatory consulting company. We're focused on innovative food products. So we help our clients, for example, define the legal status of their food ingredient. And if they need an authorization in a specific geography, we help them build a regulatory dossier for approval. And we also help them during the post-submission phase. And we're specifically specialized in the EU, UK, in the USA, and in Singapore.
Okay, very nice. So now go to Marianne, maybe a small introduction, and if you want to add about you and your company, and maybe if you want to add something to Hollywood, of course, Hannes gave a good definition already, but your opinion on that.
Yeah, sure. Hi, so I'm a founder of Estonian startup Gelatex. We are a materials technology company specialized on making nanofibrous materials more cost-effective, making them for different applications. Food is one of them, but also wound care and biotech and pharma applications. But in food, or what makes us like food tech company, is that we make also these materials, these scaffolds for cultured meat production. So a meat that is made from grown in bioreactors from animal cell. So as a result, you basically have animal protein, but without growing it inside the animal body, but growing it in bioreactors. And our material basically plays a role there to kind of mimic the natural extracellular matrix, which is the stuff between the cells, so that the cells would feel like they're in their natural environment and would have a good basically environment for proliferation and also for starting to differentiate and like form a tissue, so that you would have like not just a mush of cells, but also with the right texture, like a fillet or a steak. And regarding the novel food, or like maybe one more thing, like you gave a very like legal definition to it, but I think like what we both are a little bit like more focused on, and soon there is going to be also IO, is like novel foods could be also this kind of foods that, you know, maybe chia seeds where like when they started to be first sold in EU and so on, these kind of things as well, but also completely new ways how to produce food, whether it is cultivated meat, whether it's precision fermented foods, something like that as well. So, and I think where the kind of need for it really comes is, I think before also someone, I think maybe Triin briefly said that it's also for the food security, I think extremely important, and the environmental aspects, that we wouldn't be like that dependent on the climate aspects, for instance.
Thank you. And then Juha-Pekka, about the solar foods. I think many of you people in the audience know solar foods. I'm a fan of your activities. I also mentioned that in my book as a brief comment. So maybe you will get some information about solar foods first, and then we go more deeply in your product.
Yes, so I'm a Chief Technology Officer and co-founder in Solar Foods. And indeed, I come from research background, and we established Solar Foods in 2017. So the idea is that basically we bring a totally new harvest to food markets, so that we produce a food ingredient which is made from essentially renewable electricity and CO2 as the main ingredients. And it's a bioprocess, so it's totally kind of disconnected from arable land requirements. So all we need is a microorganism, electricity, CO2, a lot of steel and proper bioprocess, and then some other minor things. But essentially this is kind of a lot we talk about kind of plant-based foods, but this is kind of, in a way, a new potato. So that this is a totally new kind of stream coming into the food sector.
So this is goes to the definition of novel foods, definitely, yes?
Certainly a novel
yes,
food.
And I checked your, but maybe you can go through this, how far you are in different regions with the legislation.
Yeah, so we have done the studies that we have used for the novel food dossier over the world. So the studies were done 2.5 years ago. So 2 years ago we filed for the EU novel food dossier, and a year ago, and basically right after that we filed also for the Singapore novel food dossier, and a year ago we got an approval in Singapore for the novel food. So we are allowed to sell our product in Singapore. So we are selling ice cream there. If somebody wants to try, they have to fly to Singapore, or maybe we can arrange. You can come over the bay to Helsinki and have a bite. But yeah, so in Singapore it's
now you got us
possible legally.
Now you got us interested. Just to push my question through, I'm interested about the sensory profile. Can you describe it shortly, or rather, the ice cream overall dominates it?
I guess with sugar you can cover quite a lot, but it's umamic, so I guess it's best in savory conditions. But it's not that umamic that it wouldn't work in ice cream.
Okay.
And it's very yellow, so it's basically chocolate Solein ice cream, which is chocolate Solein gelato. I don't know if it's really an ice cream without a cream. So.
No, but sounds interesting.
I'll just interrupt a little bit, maybe because you started already to explain like where are you in the regulatory process, but maybe just for everyone to know a little bit like what actually makes the novel foods like market entry different compared to like other types of food products, is that like with other food products you kind of you have to have maybe some checks regarding your like production facilities or something like that, but the product itself, like you can sell. There's nobody like coming to exactly check. But regarding novel foods, there's basically you have to put together a dossier that consists of a description of your production process, what exactly is the composition, what exactly is the nutritional profile, how much can you consume it, how is the shelf life. You have to pay a lot of tests to actually make all these analyses in accredited labs. So this makes it for the novel food companies, the market entry, remarkably more time and money consuming, let's say.
Yeah, and maybe to build a little bit further on that, so it already takes quite a lot of time to just build a dossier, to have all of the studies ready that are needed for a novel food dossier. But then there's also a whole process after. So when you submit your novel food dossier to the European authorities, so first actually you submit your dossier to the European Commission. They will have a brief check if everything that is in the dossier, and then they will forward the dossier to EFSA, so that's the European Food Safety Authority, and the European Commission will request EFSA to do a safety assessment. So actually EFSA will also first do a check if everything is actually in the dossier, and then they move on to the scientific evaluation of your product. So actually they have 9 months the time to evaluate your dossier, but it's possible that during the process of the evaluation, EFSA has questions, so then actually the clock stops and the time takes longer. So once EFSA finishes the process and concludes on the safety of your novel food, they publish an opinion, and then the European Commission will actually use that opinion from EFSA to make a decision whether or not to authorize your product. And this is where the member states play a role. So the member states can vote for the approval of your novel food, and actually they need to reach a qualified majority. So that actually means that 55% of the member states have to vote in favor to authorize your novel food, and they have to present 65% of the European population. So not only science plays a role, but also politics to get a novel food approved.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So if I would comment where we are on that path, so I mean, basically the way you described it was the way we understood it, kind of like in 2018, that is the process. But I guess 2 years ago there came this kind of Transparency Act, which has changed basically the first step, at least in our opinion, significantly. So that for us, the first, the easy check took 3.5 months, and then the second step, kind of the check phase in EFSA, took 17 months. So I guess before transparency, that would have been, I don't know, another 3 months or something like that. But basically they wanted to see that we have filed all the studies into the transparency portal. And we had a lot of back and forth. I think 6 or 7 exchanges altogether during this kind of check phase. And I guess now they have made this, they have clarified the rules of what they actually want to see, what needs to be reported in the transparency portal. So that we were in very unfortunate timing, so that this was very new also to EFSA, and they wanted to check every comma in our documents, so that was quite time consuming for us. But now they are reading, and last week they came back, so now we are in the scientific evaluation phase, and now they came back with a mere list of 97. I think they must be disappointed that they didn't get to 100, but but I mean, some of them, like you said, that they just would figure out if they would, I mean, it is in the dossier already, so, but we maybe have to just point it out to them. But indeed, Singapore is a bit different.
Yes. Hannes, you want to add? Yes.
So maybe I just want to give a little bit more explanation about the transparency regulation. So as you mentioned, that came into force 2 years ago, and that significantly increased the review time, because actually EFSA will now publish a non-confidential version of every dossier that is submitted. So they want to do a very thorough check whether the dossier that they publish and is publicly available doesn't contain any confidential information. So that significantly increases the review time.
So taking this conversation, so there was Singapore mentioned already, US and EU. So Hannes, maybe from you, can you say the European laws are the most harder to go through? Different experience?
Yeah, definitely, because for example, when we as Atova, when we prepare a regulatory plan, we base all of the data requirements actually on the data requirements for the EU. And then automatically you have enough data also to compile a dossier in the US or in Singapore. So yeah, definitely the EU is the most stringent market. And then also with the timelines, the transparency regulation that I mentioned makes the process in the EU much longer than in other geographies. So maybe to give an example, on average in the EU it takes about 2 to 4 years to get an approval for your novel foods, but then for example in the US it takes 12 to 18 months, and in Singapore it's even less, 9 to 12 months.
9 to 12 months, okay. How long you took the Singapore option to get ice cream on the market?
I think it was like 12 months. But of course we started the dialogue earlier, so that we had already discussed with them before we actually submitted. So basically, I mean, with Singapore, we actually know the people who read the dossier. In EU, we don't know. I mean, I'm not really complaining about the EU. It is, I mean, it's of course good that there is a legislation and there must be stringent legislation. It is just that it could be faster, and of course the transparency kind of that messed up quite a lot the schedule that we were thinking that we would face. I mean, I hope that we are already kind of over the hill, so that we are kind of getting there. So,
okay, yes.
Just maybe question to you. Like, what do you think from your experience? Like, is it possible that once the novel food comes on the market in the EU, it is actually, you know, safer than the one that is on the market in the US or in Singapore? or like, because at least based on what I know, it's actually the amount of tests that you must do and the analysis is pretty much the same. So it's more the process difference here, not actually, it doesn't really provide any value for the final consumer.
Yeah, in the core, I think it is the same things that they want to see, but I think there are regional differences. So that, I mean, Singapore also asks some funny questions that EU does not ask. So they view it a bit differently. And overall, I've been saying that, I mean, kind of in the US, I mean, the capitalistic US, you have kind of, basically you can go to the market if you say that, okay, we have published the safety data and we have a kind of our own letter that this is safe, kind of what is self-affirmed grass. So then basically we go to market, we start selling it. But then of course you can be sued, and if there are problems, you face
more
the problems.
risks from your own side.
Yeah, and then in the EU, the socialistic EU, then it's more on the state. So that the state kind of wants to see that it is safe, and then also that way kind of protects the citizens more. So
on the other hand, it's somewhat funny, at least in my opinion, because if we like think about other food types that are not novel food, then you can enter on the market without anyone really like checking it. So like responsibility in the end should rely on the company who sells.
But yeah, in this case, European is a bit different approach in Europe, that they will maybe sue over even the decision EFSA or something like that. Very good. But maybe before we go to the audience questions, maybe also a question for Gelatex, that the cultured meat is already, you can sell it in US and also Singapore as also, but not in Europe at the moment. So what is your target markets? Are you also, are those maybe the ones and you can leave the Europe behind, or what is your ideas about that?
Yeah, so we're enabling technology company in this field. We don't make our own final cultivated meat product, and for that reason, actually, we have a waiting strategy at the moment. Basically, we are supplying materials we have 7 different compositions. Soy, potato, sign, which is corn-based product, lupin, and then like mixes of those. And basically, we're pretty much waiting for the results of our customers. Some of them are estimating that next year they are going to file for the novel food dossier with the product that contains our materials. But we don't exactly know yet like which one they will choose, etc. And for that reason, because it is expensive to actually regulate all these products, then at the moment it seems we are going to take the strategy that we don't regulate it ourselves, but we give the risk for our customers, which is not the best strategy long term, but it's just something we kind of do at the moment. And it seems that they will also file first in Singapore.
Yes, of course.
But I mean, I think most companies, they are kind of checking all the regions at the same time. So let's see.
Okay, so I encourage to ask questions. There is this code also, if you haven't used, but there is one question. I will read it through. It's a bit long, but still. Are there any specific requirements to test your product with a trained sensory panel or a consumer panel? As you mentioned, there are very specific regulations for novel foods to come into the market to sell. But when you are still in a development phase and need to test the taste before going on the market, then is it even possible on the ethics and safety viewpoint? So can you like taste it? I don't know, maybe you start and then you can go through.
Yeah, it is possible to taste. I mean, of course, so I come from VTT originally, so Technical Research Center of Finland, and that's of course a government-owned research organization. So they were more stringent on safety than a startup can be. So I mean, of course, one thing is to taste and spit, so that you don't have to necessarily eat it. So that is, of course, one approach, because also VTT has been doing quite a lot of these kind of novel food things. So that is perfectly okay. And of course, I guess also at VTT there is an ethics panel committee.
Yes,
so
of
that,
course, every country has.
I mean, also at startup we don't taste unless we have done the specific toxicological tests, so that we know that it is ourselves that it is safe.
Of
so
course,
of course you have to have certain prerequisite tests done.
But probably you were the one of the first ones who tasted Solein, yes?
Yeah.
yeah. Of course. Oops.
So basically, I mean, regulatory officers, they are also people. So we all kind of have our own background and then kind of do our own judgment based on the data that we have. So also the regulatory affairs are done by the individual people.
So
Yep,
maybe just
yes,
one
sure.
thing. It's not the responsibility relies on you in a way, right? And that's very often if companies in cultivated meat sector, for instance, if they're providing their products for tasting, then you have to kind of sign that you are responsible for whatever happens, right? So in the EU, what I know, it's not like that strictly regulated, but for instance, Netherlands, they had an issue there where it was like banned for some time to actually even offer it for tasting, and now they achieved this, that they have like regulated system for it, so that basically before you start to provide your products in some tasting events, there is some kind of a process that you have to go through, which is in a way it's a very good thing, because it gives more assurance, I think, for all the participants regarding this. So.
I would say that it's a bit of a legal gray zone to organize a tasting, because actually you're putting something on the market that's not approved yet. So like especially in the EU and in the US, as you mentioned, there are not really rules for that. But in Singapore, actually there's a framework that defines on what you should do if you want to organize a tasting for your novel food in Singapore. So I would say in Singapore it's much clearer what you need to do.
Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe a question from the audience who haven't posted it but want to ask directly. Yes, of course. Lina will help us with the microphone. Maybe we can lend one of them. You can share, or one short. Of course.
Hello, thank you very much for your lovely panel. And my question is, as you mentioned that two of your companies already worked with Singapore, my question is, do you have any plans to come to the Middle East market?
We do have some customers there. We don't plan, and there have been some discussions with some investors who have shown interest in making some kind of a gigafactory there. So let's see. No concrete steps at the moment.
Yeah, so of course for solar foods, because then, I mean, basically what we need is cheap electricity. So Middle East is a good area. We have some kind of idea what we need to do. We of course need to have the approval. It would help if we would have either US or EU approval. So that helps for many regions. And then also another thing that will help is the kind of a clearer budget, that what does a proper factory cost. So that basically these two things to have in place. So I guess then it's easier to go to Middle Eastern market.
Okay, one more question from here.
Thank you. I actually have a question for Hannes. There was lately this regulation change from EFSA that you don't have to notify every of your study. And then again, I got the information that you need to notify your shelf life study, which pretty much contains all the main like impurities and nutritional. So we're back in the square one. Can you comment that?
Okay, so maybe first to give a bit of background for the people who don't know. So this is also an implication of the transparency regulation. So EFSA actually published a Q&A to the practical arrangements of the transparency regulation. And they basically mentioned that every study that you want to include in your novel food dossier, that has to be notified before the study start date. Before you basically start the study. And then in August of this year, they updated the Q&A to the practical arrangements, and they basically mentioned that it's not needed anymore to notify all of the studies, but only specific ones. The stability study is one of those ones that you still have to notify before the study start date. But it's true because you also need to provide batch-to-batch variation data, and often what companies do is use the time point 0 of the stability study as part of the batch-to-batch variation data. So in that case, you will still have to notify that study as well. So if you want to be completely safe, it's best to notify all of the studies, because the risk is if you didn't notify a study correctly, then EFSA can apply a 6-month penalty. So they basically will ask you to withdraw your dossier again. You will have to resubmit your dossier, and then there's a time limit of 6 months until they will start reviewing the dossier again. So it's quite a difficult
exactly
process.
Because for me it would be easy to take the risk assessment from local laboratories, and we're currently trying to get our governmental lab on board. And then for a second I thought also it's not necessary anymore, because they exactly provide these heavy metal microbiological nutritional analysis. But when I got this news, then pretty much I need still them on board, because it would be easier for me to. Because exactly, the system goes so that I will notify, and the lab needs to receive the notification and also confirms that they're going to do this study for me. So I think I'm back in a square one in this case.
But maybe just to build a little bit on that, it is actually the applicant's responsibility to notify the studies. And then if the laboratory is located in Europe, they have to co-notify the study, but they will just receive an email, and it's just a matter of a few clicks. So for them, it's not really a lot of work. They just have to register with the OpenEFSA portal.
And I also wanted to comment this tasting. I think there was somebody from a legal sector here. So what we got the information that from the lawyers, we have to warn people that they can taste our products, but they shouldn't swallow them, not digest. So maybe somebody wants to comment that.
Maybe we can use it in the app, who was there, and maybe there can be comments also about that. I will have nice to have that there. But not to run out of time, but it's nice to see that the discussion is starting already. We will have soon coffee break, you can find Hannes. But before we run out of the time, I will make also the note that Hannes, you're organizing the conference, Regulating the Future of Food. I know some of my colleagues are also going there. The program looked very interesting. There will be more discussions about this topic. But can you give us a small overview? What's the agenda and what is the main topics? So maybe there are people also interested from here.
So thank you very much for mentioning our conference. So we are organizing a regulatory affairs focused conference. It's a 2-day conference that will take place the 23rd and the 24th of November in Barcelona. There are still tickets available, so if you are interested, feel free to come and talk to me after the panel, and I might be able to offer you a discount. So in terms of the content, so it will be a very interesting conference. We will have people from industry associations, we will have people from the industry, we will have regulators present as well. So there will be a lot of interesting panel discussions as well, related to data requirements and the struggles of startups, for example. We will also have workshops and very interesting talks.
Yeah. I have one marked down in Regulating the Future of Food in the EU and the role of lobbying. what do we need, and what can we be done to move things forward? How you would answer that quickly? I know this is a full panel question, but maybe a quick comment about that. This seemed really interesting.
Yeah, so it's very difficult to answer that question very shortly, but that panel discussion will mainly be done by people from industry associations. So I think it's very important that industry associations exist and they push EFSA, for example, for more detailed guidance on cell-cultured meat, for example. So I would say the importance of industry associations is very important, and then also lobbying with member states. As I mentioned before, it's member states who will vote on the authorization of a novel food, so I think it's important that the industry makes it clear to the local regulators in your countries that it's important, that your products are important, so they would vote.
Yes, please.
And I want to also say that lobbying is extremely important.
Yes.
And that's, I think, for everyone here in this conference as well. We already talked a little bit, someone mentioned that before, but in general, in order to really make a change and change this very, very animal-based diet, at least a little bit more plant-based or some other novel food-based, I think it really starts from the mindset, and I think all of us actually have really, we can change it ourselves. It starts from the kindergartens, schools diet. It starts, it's where our taxpayers' money really go, which kind of food system do we support? Because if you think why today it is difficult for novel foods or plant-based foods to compete, very much is the price. And also what actually is important. Before we heard from Rimi, this kind of supermarkets, they want to make money, right? And in the end, if it's too expensive, then consumers don't buy. But we actually have prepaid for our meat before. So if we would maybe put our taxpayers' money in the plant-based foods before, maybe then we could actually buy them from the shops as well.
So you would want some government support also, that was briefly mentioned before. So would you expect some possible government support to help companies also with this legislation? There is no option for that so much at the moment.
Yeah, we have this project with Accelerate Estonia, which is an organization that helps private companies to tackle challenges that are related to public sector. With IO and Gelatex, we are in this project. It's novel food project, where basically we are investigating also how to support companies in the novel foods field in this regulatory or market entry pathway. But I think governmental support for getting your product on the market is one thing, but I think it's super important also to focus on there are already several plant-based products on the market.
Of course.
For instance, in the kindergartens, my child is 2 years old, and that's why I have a kind of strong feelings about that. If kids drink too much milk, they start to have more mucus in the nose, let's say. And it's very common that actually the kind of sickness gets worse. And kids in the kindergarten today have milk for almost every meal. Is it really necessary? I don't know. I think it's not. But they pretty much do it because the milk comes for free.
So maybe before we start wrap-upping, and my last question, just jumping with us, Solar Foods, there was interesting news about phase 2 in NASA program, and now you're in phase 3, am I right? Maybe you can quickly share the news about that, and what is the next steps in there?
Yeah, so NASA project, so that is so the concept how we produce food ingredient, it originates from the 60s. So there's a 1964 paper by NASA scientists, and so basically they describe how to feed people on a long space voyage. So we have kind of reintroduced this back to NASA, the concept, and we are in this kind of deep space food challenge. So the problem with that is that we don't get any funding from the US for that. We are just kind of a hang around. So let's see if we still are in phase 3, so that do we spend our small funds, because we are also building the big 40 million euro demonstration facility, which is more terrestrial enterprise. So this, of course, takes a lot of money and effort. So let's see if we actually continue with the space.
Okay, so we first start with the planet Earth and then we go to the space.
Well, I guess that's...
I think that goes with your ideas also about starting the kindergarten and then maybe space. But okay, to wrap up, we are using our time already, but maybe some last very short talks about what is the main challenge? If you can wrap up, we talked about the legislation, you talked also about different aspects, politics. What is the main challenge still to bring the novel food on the market? If you can pick only one, maybe start with Hannes.
It's very difficult to just pinpoint one main challenge, but I would say it's, especially in Europe, the regulation and also the data requirements that are so strict. So I would say it's that.
Okay. I think there are many from the audience who agrees.
I would say time, and time is money.
Okay, the waiting time between the different answers. Yes, thank you, very good.
Yeah, so I've been saying that me as a chemist, we can develop the process, but in the end, I mean, the food scientists have to develop the final food products that are appealing to the final consumers, and also that, I mean, basically, I hear what Mr. Rimi was saying, that, I mean, we have to, I mean, it has to sell.
Yeah,
it's not a solution.
Yeah, thank you. So everybody has to participate. But thank you again for the panel. And now it's time for coffee break, and we will be here back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, I think most of the people are here. Probably some of the people are still coming. Before I give word to Mariliis, a few commercial parts yet. As I eager you to post your questions, I bring out the prizes. The best mushrooms you have ever tasted from this year, from me. So make sure you post questions, then you have a chance to win this. And the other prize is my book. Unfortunately in Estonian at the moment still, so if you won and you're English speaker, we can trade it against the mushrooms again. But if you're Estonian speaker, then this book is yours, if you're active and posting the questions and asking from the audience. So I will do the lottery in the end of the last session. But now it's my pleasure to introduce Mariliis from Äio. Mary-Liis Kütt has been working in food science for more than 15 years, starting her studies in the field of food technology and product development at TalTech University. She defended her doctorate in Aarhus University. She worked a lot in TFTAK, as we already mentioned. We were longtime colleagues. But now she's working at Äio, biotech startup, and she will tell us more about Äio in her presentation. But first of all, to get you warmed up, I don't know if you're ready for that, but what would be the title of your autobiography?
Oh, wow.
It's time soon.
Yes. Then I think it would be maybe, let's say, a researcher with many hats. Because now I have been working in so different areas, but looking back my research career, I started as an analytical chemist, moved on with the different cultivation activities, and then it was plant-based fermented products, and now it's fats and oils. So
we don't know where is the future.
Exactly.
But thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Food Innovation Summit, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Last year, I was here just visiting the Food Innovation Summit first time, and I didn't know anything about this event, and it's actually very nice. Get together, a lot of familiar faces, some new faces, so definitely good job for the Food Innovation Summit team, and keep up the good work. But yes, now about Äio and what we do in Äio. So we future shape fats and oils. It is pretty peculiar that only 50% of our land is used for agriculture, whereas the rest is for forest and other. And it is interesting if you look down here, then 50% of this agricultural land, around 80% goes to grow the crops for animals, for animal feed, whereas the rest of 20 is for feeding people. But if what is the ironic part is that if you look to calorie-wise, then only 20% of calories come from this feed. And actually, 20% of our cultural land is feeding people. And we know that the population is growing. And exactly talking about this 85% of calories, they come from only these 8 main feedstocks. We talk about legumes, grains, and vegetables here. And when we look the fat part or the lipid part, it comes from 2 main sources. So soybean and palm oil are the main fat sources for the humankind. And the World Health Organization recommends that the total fat should not exceed 30% of total energy intake. But what is hindering the current lipid production? It has different environmental risks, also social risks, as well as financial risks. And concentrating on the environmental part, the palm oil, which is the mainly used lipid source, it grows only equatorial climate, and it needs a lot of land. So to plant more palm trees, we need to release the land for that. Besides that, it is producing a lot of greenhouse gases. We need to put the fertilizers in the ground, so it affects the soil health. Water depletion is a problem. We know already in the States, in the southern part, people can't water their grass weekly because water is running out. I think it was even here in Viimsi this summer that people shouldn't water their gardens. And we have to face also the biodiversity loss and animal welfare. What to do with these problems? So researchers as well as food industry are looking new ways. And there's more and more innovation put to find the novel sources of lipids, and exactly to substitute the non-conventional, the conventional fats from animal and plants. What are these sources? You probably have heard microalgae. So it is a omega lipid or omega fatty acid source. So actually, if we eat fish, the omega-3 fats don't come from the fish directly. It's because they are eating algae, and they accumulate the omegas. So that's why the fish oil is so useful. You pretty much can get this from the algae as well. Coffee grounds has been explored as oil source, but it is a rather niche product because oil or extracting the oil from coffee grounds is a pretty tedious work. Insects are probably our new future because besides the fat part, it contains also protein fibers, so it's a multi-ingredient product. And yeasts. This is where the AIO comes in the picture. So AIO is an Estonian-based startup that produces non-animal fats and oils through fermentation. And for this, we are using exactly yeast. So why is yeast better than using growing microalgae? It is able to produce it around 100 times more based on the cell volume. And this is the, let's say, key message from IO is that exactly we are able to produce our oils with this true circular economy-based value chain with a sustainable, economically viable and healthy way to produce the fats and oils. This is a true example. We have done our first calculations, and here's a nice, example. So if we take around 70% of agricultural waste from Brazil, annually, we are able to produce already that much ingredient that we can replace around 30% of today's palm oil use, which would mitigate 100 megatons of global CO2. And we are able to mitigate even more CO2 if we are talking about replacing the animal fats. How we do it? We take low cost or low value byproducts. I'll show you on the next slide a bit more. We do our natural fermentation, and in the end of the process, we are harvesting the biomass, which we could then turn into different food ingredients. Here is a nice example what we can use in our process. So we have upscaled this already with the lignocellulosic biomass. I think you have heard a company called Fibanol, located in the middle of Estonia, who is valorizing the wood. So they don't just want to heat up our households with Estonian wood. They really want to produce, valorize it more. So they produce lignin, hemicellulose, and cellulose. They have their patented technology. I think maybe you saw from the news that there's a piece of asphalt on the Ülemiste Center, which is actually done from lignin. So this is the new future, the green chemistry. But they have their own side stream, which is a C5 rich sugar component. So C5 sugars are the sugars that human can't metabolize, but our yeast can. So if we are eating glucose, C6 sugars, so C5 sugar is a feedstock for our organism. We have demonstrated the process already with dairy industry side streams, as well as fruit, vegetable, bakery industry side streams, as well brewer spent grain can be used in the process. And of course, conventional sugars. Then we do our fermentation, and the ingredient, I mentioned food, and concentrating in this case more for a food, but we can talk here also pet feed, cosmetics, household chemicals, pharma. So the ingredient, wherever you can see on the label palm oil, we are pretty much able to replace it. Here are our three products that we're currently producing. So our encapsulated oil, which is an inactivated yeast biomass. The oils are naturally locked in the cell, in the vacuoles, but besides the lipid part, it also has protein, fiber, vitamins. If we break the cells up, we are able to extract the oil, and it has natural pigments, so it's red in nature because it contains carotenoids. So the yeast produces naturally the carotenoids that give the red color as well as the antioxidative effect. And with some modifications in a pre and post process, we are able to produce these buttery fats, which are solid on a room temperature. Yeah, sorry about the picture quality. Comparing with these fancy ones done with a designer. So these are our own. But I wanted to just show you that we can use it in various applications. And this is our newest invention, let's say, that It's nice when we talk with the meat alternative producer, they are really eager. We get something into like the oil and the color. But when we talk with the dairy alternative industry, they are like, can you take the color away, please? So we really need to fulfill these collaborants' wishes as well. Little bit about AIO, and last time when I was presenting, they said that we normally leave, we as AIO people, we normally leave the most interesting part out of the AIO, where the name comes. So, okay, I'm gonna try it this time. So AIO was established in January 2022 by Nemaila Ponturi, who's a Brazilian, and Petrian Lahtve, from Estonia. And where the name came was that Nemaila has been living in Estonia around 7 years now, and she's really into the folklore of Estonia. So they were thinking, okay, what are the names of different gods in Estonia? And pretty much the Tara or the Uku is the only one everybody knows. So they Googled a little bit, and AIO is a god of dream in Estonian folklore. So we got our name from there. And what we have done so far, Peter already showed you the tedious journey, how to get money. So we were, in the beginning, a little bit luckier. And I think we should actually thank Matti here, because Andrean brought the 2 great investors to Estonia to explore the current food innovation in Estonia, and these investors visited Petri and Nemaila Research Group as well, where all the journey started. So we got our pre-seed last year to really initiate a company, and we have been scaling up our process since then. As well, we have gathered some public funding. Lately, we just launched the news that Voima Venture from Finland jumped on board. And again, looking to you, Peter, maybe you want to talk with them, because they just launched their 3rd investment fund, and they're really looking into food innovation. So maybe you want to talk with Voima Venture. And yeah, we started our Series A round. So today has been a lot of talk about the novel food. So we are together with Gelatex in this journey. So we are the pioneers. There hasn't been any novel food dossier submitted from Estonia. So whoever struggles with this, come and ask us. Yeah, we don't provide the service like this, but we can definitely show you some way in this as well. And we have already some collaborations ongoing. With this grant fund, we have launched our innovation hub called Good Fat Works. So we're going to build our first pilot facility, which is a 300-liter bioreactor in the premises of Tallinn University of Technology, and it should be operational in the first quarter next year. And in this journey, we will need to get the novel food certificate. And what I wanted to show you about our future is that we don't stop here. I know that gene-modified organisms is a little bit still a sensitive topic in Europe because they're not allowed here, but there are ways to actually come market on these as well if you remove the recombinant RNA and DNA from the material. The true essence of AIO is actually that we are a bunch of researchers with a synthetic and system biology background, so we really want to enter, and actually we have launched several projects also together with TFTAK to really explore the field of tailor-made fats and oils. And what I mean under this is that we have established already a small lab to use robots to really upscale or give a high throughput in the cell design. So we really want to sell and modify our yeast so that it produces the fats that our collaborants, our client really need. So for example, if they already, threaten us that there's not going to be chocolate in some time of, in the future. So let's say we are really missing the cocoa butter equivalent. This would be something that we are able to then produce. And with this design, build, test, learn cycle, we can modify the strains. Here is a nice example. So we are doing our high throughput screening, testing or designing new cells, growing them in a bioreactor, and then controlling if we really get the fat composition that we need. So thank you for your time. I don't know if we have any investors in the public, but nevertheless, I'm just shouting out here that we're open on different collaborations in different fields. So food, cosmetic industry is our main focus currently. So whoever wants to test our products, then let's give us a call or write us, and then let's get in contact. So thank you.
So, any questions for Mariliis? Yes, please. Oh, so many hands. Let's start from the beginning.
Thank you. You showed this one slide. There is next year will be like 300 liters bioreactor, and then 28 for something like 30,000 tons. But question, when we could replace coconut fat in our products to IOFAT? Is it will be the term or brand name is IOFAT?
Yeah, you can call. We have came up with several fancy names, but currently, when the labeling is still under discussion, you can put your own name on it. So.
But question, when?
Yeah, when exactly. There's if you really want to test it out already, then pretty much we are already providing the samples. Of course, small scale, small amounts, really like for R&D purpose. Not that you can go in your factory and run, 500-liter test with that. This is, of course, currently the bottleneck. When you really can, let's say, buy it, it's exactly these regulatory barriers that holding us. Our organism is novel, it's not in the QPS list, we have to go through that. So, and not to extinct, we probably have to go first exactly on the US or Singapore market. But when we get the novel food permit in Europe, then it's ready for everyone. But for testing, we can definitely already discuss.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Then question, Monica.
So first, I have to thankful for this awesome presentation, and I feel so much happy to hear that. I have many questions, but I will try to select some. Maybe later we can discuss.
Later we can talk.
Continue.
Yeah. So I'm wonder first what can be the profile of some fatty acid of this innovative yeast. Is it has something like this omega or like something again of this healthy?
Yes, very good question. Of course, I can't reveal all the details, but it has a nice, variety of fatty acids in the wise. Like I said, you saw it's already a little bit solid, so in some conditions, so it definitely has the saturated fat part, but it has a lot of monounsaturated fatty acids, and we actually have the omega-3 that really extends us from the animal-based fats, which doesn't have. So people also have to know that there are no good or bad fats. There's really like the balance how you consume them. Again, you don't have to replace all your butter, let's say, consumption, but you need to reduce and put also some olive oil or avocado oil or other. So you need to balance. So I would say in this case we have very nice, how to say, nutritional balance in our oils.
Okay, I'm sorry, I will pick up one more question.
One more.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, you have also talked about the point of carotene, the color. And so what about the taste or smell of it? Especially, I saw in some slides you say this cheaper than coconut oil. So is it has something, maybe because coconut it has a special taste when we adding it?
Very good question again. It has also a little bit extensive. So if any of you have ever worked or get together unrefined palm oil, you know, the really red one that you can buy in umami or the African shop. So it has, or olive oil is also, so if it's the more natural the oil is, it has this polyphenol, it has some volatile compounds that gives really the characteristic of, so we have also some characteristic notes for our oils. The story is totally different if we're gonna start to refine it, which we don't want to do in the beginning. We really want to keep it as natural as possible. Then, of course, we were able to produce something similar that is deodorized coconut fat, which is plain. But currently, it has some characteristic notes and maybe would be more appealing or less appealing to some of our collaborators.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to finish here, but you can catch Mariliis easily at the end of the conference.
And I have one announcement. Whoever asked this estrogen question, come to me. I maybe have an explanation for you. So I studied the toxicology about the fungi.
Anna,
so whoever is Anna who asked this question, I want to have a discussion with you.
Yes, very nice. That's always good to have discussions in the... Let's applause Mariliis again. Thank you. And now we move on to our last presentation today. The title of the presentation is Plant-Based Food, Trend or Necessity by Vilma Kapociene. And Vilma Kapociene is a business manager food at Nestlé Baltics with a long-term business management experience in food and beverage industry. Vilma is passionate about plant-based food and strongly believe more people will embrace plant-based foods. The better the world will be and the healthier life we will have. Brand Garden Gourmet, that you also saw in the expo area, and Vilma will also talk about this a bit, was launched in 1985 already. And the vision to source goodness from the land to create vegetarian dishes full of flavor. So, but to start off with your presentation, I will ask you a small question. If you could make any food the official currency of EU instead of euro, what would it be and why?
Any food currency of euro?
Yes.
So maybe some kind the food, I would say, which has the rainbow in the plate.
Ah, yes, very good. Thank you. But now your presentation is ready. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So do you have still energy to listen to one more presentation? Yes. So happy to hear some energy behind here in front of me. So as I was introduced, I'm Vilma Kapociene. And actually, some of the slides probably will bring you to the beginning of our summit. However, I will also want to share with you my personal perspective to it and also the perspective from the consumer side, which we see here in the Baltics. So actually, when preparing for this presentation, for the speech, my mind took me to my home, to the home where I have grown up and where I have lived with my parents. And actually, I was born and lived in the village. My parents has been farmers, and actually, the meat and dairy products was not the luxury in our house. We had plenty of it. And honestly saying, it was not the daily meal. I remember it that it was maybe 2 or 3 times a week, which might be quite surprisingly. But taking a look to our consumers, what do our consumers in Baltic states love for today? It's totally a bit different picture. We see that for the breakfast, we are fans of the sandwiches, and actually made with cheese or ham, or even we are fans of egg in different type of variety. Only 35% of Estonians see porridge in the top 5 dishes in our market. If we're taking a look to the lunch occasion, this is very similar situation. Meat, poultry dishes are also quite popular here. Also, we see vegetable salads, but the question, are they with a meat? We don't know this one. If moving to the dinner, we see as the top dish vegetable salad. However, the same question remains. And again, we see quite many meaty dishes on our plate. So actually, this indicates also recent research which was made by our partners, and we see that majority of Baltic consumers are choosing traditional type of nutrition. And unfortunately to say, this pattern is not changing so much 3 years in a row. We have more than 80% of consumers who are choosing traditional diet, and not so many flexitarians. Estonia needs to be proud. It's already double digit. And actually, the similar situation, a bit different number on meat consumption, but having many countries on the slide from Greenpeace data. The meat consumption is really very high in our countries. And if taking a look to the average per capita in European Union, it is around 83 kilograms per capita per year. Our countries represent different picture. So can we ask the question? Can we put together trends, like trendy shoes, trendy clothes, trendy cars, and trendy plant-based nutrition? But actually, we are also, let's take to a bit different perspective. We are facing different challenges in our planet. This is droughts, this is floods, and even the recent September month with, I would say, a high warm temperature is also indicating that the planet is changing. We are facing climate change, and there is no planet B. And the importance of climate change, yes, consumers agree, the trend is growing. And there are some facts which probably here you know quite well about global warming relating with CO2 emissions, and really huge impact is coming from animals. Also, fossil fuel, higher resources needed, and not speaking about water, which is also has very high consumption in the traditional diet, for traditional diet. And also about the soil, where we are growing plants which we are not eating ourselves, but feeding animals. Do our consumers know that plant-based nutrition can make the change? Unfortunately, no. Lower meat consumption does not equal to planet protection. And you see at the bottom of the questionnaire that reducing meat consumption, only 12% of consumers say that it is very important to protect the planet. So this is a long journey to go in creating awareness for our consumers. Then talking about another pillar, which is maybe closer to the consumers, which is health boundary. We know a lot that too high consumption of meat and dairy products is the primary cause of such diseases as cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and also diabetes. So we need to change our nutrition, not only to live in a healthier planet, but also to help ourselves to lead the healthier lifestyle. That's why Greenpeace is setting quite strong ambition to reduce plant-based meat consumption, by 2030, depending per country. I have indicated Baltic countries, so from 70 to 62% till 2030. It means, what does it mean in kilos? It is up to 24 kilos per capita per year. Can we do it? So actually, if talking about plant-based nutrition, so I will be asking, is it necessary? Maybe it is necessary as the same to use the seat belt in the car, to have the helmet when cycling. And for me personally, what is connecting trend and necessity? The feeling good. I strongly believe that embracing more plant-based food, the better we feel, the better our planet feels. And I strongly invite to spread the message to our consumers that they could feel the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vilma. And we have time for questions. I don't see any questions in the app, but maybe from the audience. And there was also, you wanted to mention a bit about the Garden Gourmet?
Yes. So actually, when you are leaving the summit, the conference, do not forget to stop at the Garden Gourmet booth to grab the small package for home tasting.
Yes, because we couldn't cook them here so much, so
yeah, so we could not serve here, but I hope that you will enjoy some products from Garden Gourmet at your home with your family members.
Thank you. But then a small question until they, maybe there will be a question from the audience also, but I will use my opportunity to ask. So you talked about like there was like a balance between the carrot and the stick, yes? So there should be like some carrots to get, or the stick to get more people on to eat less meat and more vegetarian options. But my question would be, can we do it without the stick, like pushing it, as you mentioned, all the seatbelt and the helmet, like the legislation part? What do you think? Can we do it without these legislations, or are those legislations really needed?
I think one part it is for sure, this is variety and awareness. So when we started to talk about plant-based or sell plant-based product in the market, so probably in the business we usually see the competitors in our case. But actually this time I think that the competitor for us it is meat. And I'm strongly invited that all the plant-based producers and we need to join the force to educate the consumer. So this is about education and about awareness. I think not only legislation, this is not about legislation, but more about education of the consumer, what benefit they can get from eating more plant-based food.
Yeah, thank you. I think the cooperation in this sense is very important also. And of course, this conference and Taimne Teisipäev is always helping in this case. So we need more this kind of approach and those kind of organizations. Questions? Yes, please. There from the back.
Thank you so much. It is very interesting. I have a question for you. That's what's your personal thought regarding the sustainability. When you buy a sandwich which is made of avocado, and avocado comes from Indonesia, it's plant-based, but it's no more sustainable to me. So what do you think the importance of locally sourced food in the plant-based industry?
Yes, actually, we are more and more taking actions. As you know, our plant-based food, garden gourmet products are soya-based. So in order to have it more sustainable route to the market, one thing what we are doing, we are changing soya supply from into European one. And actually, this is the key target for us. Another pillar is for sure in terms of packaging, and here you already see in the Garden Gourmet boost that we have actually are moving into more sustainable packaging, removing like a paper sleeve, going into reducing packaging into more sustainable one. So actually sourcing is really very important, and we are looking that more and more into local sourcing.
Thank you. One more question if there is. Was there a hand? If not, then thank you again. Let's thank Vilma again. And then it's time before we finish our conference for the last panel. And for that, I will ask to come on stage Mariliis Mia Topp from Reitan Convenience, Liisi Tarvo from Vrapikohvik, yes, and Mikk Rajaver from Pokeball. Let's give them applause. Yes, please. Everybody gets a mic. And we will have a panel discussion how food service providers adapt to increased demand of plant-based foods. So I will sit here. And to start, you didn't have a presentation today, so to start off, we will make an introduction round. Maybe we start with Mariliis, please. Maybe about yourself and the company you work for.
Okay, my name is Mariliis Mia Topp. I partly work for Reitan Convenience Estonia, which is, you may know the brands of Ergeosk and Caffeine, but it's also part of Norwegian family company Reitan, which you know by brands Rema 1000, Bresburen, 7-Eleven, and many more. So it's a very big group. On the other hand, I'm also a food entrepreneur myself with a startup called Raw Edge. So I have two hats on this one.
Okay, thank you. Then let's give to Liisi, sorry, this way.
Hi, so I'm Liisi Tarvo from, I'm the CEO of Wrap and Roll, which is like a street food cafe. I have had more of them, currently 2 of them, and when I started 9 years ago, I felt that there was a necessity of a healthier street food, because there were basically no options at that time. Even when we started, people were like asking, what is a wrap? So basically, I know the part of educating our clientele and pretty familiar with it. So basically, my mission is to serve healthier street food to people. And of course, vegan and vegetarian options and making people eat less meat is a part of that mission. So this is my story here today.
Thank you. We will dig into that later also. But then Mikk also.
Yes, hi. My name is Mikk Rajaver. I'm a founder, one of 2 founders of Pokeball, fast, healthy food chain. We have 8 restaurants at the moment, 7 in Tallinn, 1 in Tartu. And we started the first Pokeball based and specialized restaurant in 2018 in Estonia, when no one really knew what Poke is. And now it's the trend is known to people, and we would want to, to make people be more active and watch a little bit what they eat and know what they eat. And this is one of our mission.
Yes, thank you. Now let's dig into the panel topic. So I will ask maybe in the same order. Then Mariliis, how has the demand for plant-based food changed in your view? If you think about the companies you are related with, have you seen that demand increasing, decreasing?
I think the demand is increasing as opposed to, let's say, 5 years ago even. But I think that the more you offer the options, the more people will choose them. It's that simple, I think. But I agree with Liisi that it comes down to education, and it comes down to offering the selections, the plant-based selections, in a way that people are used to consuming them. For example, if they're used to having hot dogs, for example, or wraps, for example, you just offer them something similar, not something completely different.
So it's a part of explaining them and showing them, yes.
Yep.
Okay, Vrapikohvik, any demand changes?
Well, what I see in Wrap and Roll is like obviously people, our customer base who are vegan or vegetarian, they are very interested in new plant-based products, and we're giving them a selection of plant-based options as well. But there's a but. I have always preferred to offer like quality, pure kind of food, that I don't want to use like a lot of chemicals or some kind of substances that would mess up people's health, and that would cause other allergies or something like that. So I tend to pick different kind of products that are basically as pure as they come. And for example, if we take meat, substitutes such as, for example, if we want to use falafels, which is a really classic way to you just use chickpeas. There are no, you don't have to use any flours and so on. It's more friendlier to person's organs. So the difficulty that I have faced as a food caterer is that there are not enough plant-based products in our market that are currently available in amounts that are necessary, or that the price range of them is not normal for a regular customer to obtain. So this is the main issue, I think, here, that it needs to be more cleaner. We don't need more junk food. This is we can use vegan food, plant-based products, but we don't need more junk food because our healths are already messed up in the world, I think.
Okay, but then I have a question also. Is plant-based options more expensive in Vrapikohvik, or are they in the same level?
We have tried to keep it as same level as possible. We don't, if it's a vegan product, we're gonna put extra tax on it or something. So we're trying to keep it as affordable as possible, and I think we have done it, and people are happy with it. But bringing new products to the market is always, you have the risk that, well, you're not going to use it enough, so the food is going to go to waste, so this is not going to solve any problem here. So you're better going to keep the options as the demand is growing, and going to keep bringing them on when the demand keeps growing.
Okay, and Mikk, what about you? Have you seen any changes in the requirements?
I think so, but it's very slow. We gotta keep in mind that Estonia, but I mean most Western country people, they're pretty traditional, and changing their eating habits, it takes time. And they don't, anything new, it's a bit scary, right? So when we started, poke bowls are pretty healthy and full of salad anyway, and traditionally they're made with fresh fish cubes, right? We had in the menu even 2 vegetarian versions, but they weren't bought so much, so that means more food waste. Now we've been left with one vegan bowl choice. But I think we got to take it, slowly, and even the amount of chicken or salmon or shrimp or meat we have in the bowl, it doesn't have to be 100, 150 grams. We just have that 60, but because there's so many other ingredients. There's the rice base, which is carbohydrates. There's different kind of greens, like 6-7 greens, and even mango. And then there's the dressing. There's some seeds. There's a lot of different components, and like the chicken part can just be 60 grams.
So yeah, you can balance it out.
Yeah, so it's a balanced meal. You get your good fats, carbohydrates, and protein in the right combination.
So it's easier to do these kind of products to sell and get people behind these kind of products easier than just taking it completely out, and then
Yes.
the customers are maybe asking for it.
Taking them completely out, well, our business just won't survive it because we can't really change the people's mind so fast. But I think, taking it so slowly is the key, and giving more information to people. How is a balanced meal supposed to be? Like we have all our calories and other things calculated, and on Volt and Bolt everyone can see it, how much it is in their bowl, and or on our website, and people use that.
Thank you. So Mariliis, is there a price difference? There was like a few years ago, there was a lot of fuss about that daily alternatives for coffee are more expensive than regular milk and etc. How is the situation now?
That's actually a very valid point. The raw material for food, whoever sells the food, is actually more expensive when you sell vegan. And you see quite a lot where you take coffee and you get the milk, and it's usually like 50 cents or something like that. So we've tried to avoid that both in Närkiosken as well in caffeine. So you get your plant options free, because that helps people to choose the planetary friendlier option as well. But I wanted to actually, I like that thought that you brought in, that we don't need junk food, we need healthier foods. And we've seen that quite a lot, that recent years we've, as a group, we've based our own foods on a planetary health diet, which means that it's good for you, it's good for the planet. So also local as possible, as good for the body as possible. And we've seen funny things. For example, we have very good salads, like really, really, really good, and they've been overviewed by nutritionists, so it's like all very balanced and everything. And we had this really yummy salad called Mega Vegan Salad, and people didn't buy that because we had vegan on it. So we changed it to like kind of like huge lentil salad, and people started buying that. So I think that giving the options, I think also people don't want to be labeled, and that's interesting. I would never have thought of that.
Yeah.
And with coming back to the price, let's say vegan hot dog or the plant-based hot dog is exactly 50% more expensive for us, but we don't ask that from the consumer, because that wouldn't be really fair, and people wouldn't buy that then, right?
So that's a really interesting point. I think we already had some charts about that today, that people don't want to. The percentage that are labeled themselves as vegan, or like they say that they are strictly vegan, is very small, and people don't want to label. So is that something that you will use now in the marketing later on, that you don't label vegan or vegetarian so directly, and rather like...
Most probably as well, but it's something also that we didn't see coming, because you also want to make it easier for consumers to make their choices based on their preferences, but that obvious labeling obviously didn't work. So yes, it's always a learning curve, because you do something new, you do something innovative, you always have this learning curve with
That's a very good example. Thank you for sharing that. Maybe some comments about that. You have also labeled your products probably.
Yeah, I have also come across this phenomenon, and in Estonia, I think I can speak as local. What I see is that there is like a group community who wants to be more environmental friendly and so on. And then there are people who want to be the exact opposite, just for whatever it is, just to be the opposite. And if you say that let's ride with bicycles or let's eat more vegan food or whatever, then they are like, even if they would like to taste something, they're like automatically against it. So yeah, exactly. I also brought a new vegan product to the market this month from Naturist. Shout out for them. Really happy about the product. And as I see that when you market it as a new wrap, then people are like, oh, I want to try it. And as soon as you add there that it's a vegan option for you, then they're like, oh, then I'm going to take the chicken one.
Okay.
So like, even if it's gonna taste awesome, some of them, like you just don't have to say the vegan part if they don't figure it out on the commercial or something. Then yeah, but otherwise people love it. But like when they know that it's vegan, they are like taking their time to risk it in a way. Like, well, I'm more used to
So
chicken.
the feedback was positive for that.
Yeah.
We had Naturist, I don't know, I don't see the hat at the moment, but...
Yeah, he went home, but
Okay.
But like otherwise, as you said, that it just like take the chicken amount like lesser, or like, for example, taking one option out of the menu because the demand isn't so high. If you put like it's a lentil or it's a vegan, and I completely agree.
Okay,
that you
very
have to
good.
trick
And your thoughts about that?
I think the word vegan is scary for people. It makes them uncomfortable because they think, well, I'm not a vegan, so I shouldn't eat it. But yeah, it's not just for vegans. Just the label vegan is there, but it's also okay to eat if you're a vegan. But the label, is scaring people a
But
bit.
do you know what is the scare behind that? Do they like think they get less nutrition, or they don't get enough taste? Do you know what is the behind that fear?
What others think, I think.
Like,
the impression they
the
leave.
friends are...
Yeah, because they don't want themselves to be seen as a vegan. But
okay, the labeling.
I think, it's like food like tofu or tempeh, that they shouldn't be just for vegans. They're just normal food like carrots and cabbage and apples, right? So, well, we are introducing, for example, we have every month we have a special product, a new product for the month. In November, we are doing a tempeh bowl, and not just ordering frozen tempeh from somewhere Asia made from soybeans, but in Estonia there's a producer. I saw her here too, Tempeh.
Yeah.
She's
Behind
making
her.
them from our own yellow peas. So good job, Kaira. But I think it takes a lot of time for Estonian to know what tempeh is, to taste it, and not just to think of it as a vegan product. But the ways to use it, there's so many different options, how to cook it, how to prepare it.
So what is your strategy to explain this November when
we
they
are
come?
just going to put it in the menu as a tempeh bowl. And yes, it has a small label there, vegan label, not just written out as vegan. But yeah, and the cost, it's pretty much the same as the chicken bowl, even more. But yeah, people don't realize that making those kind of products, it takes a lot of money too. Yes, it's made from yellow peas, but this is fermented product. It takes special kind of room to prepare it with a certain type of moisture, temperature, and it's not.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know how this November ends up. I hope you share the news later. How was the tempeh success?
Yeah, we hope that our average customer takes it well, not just the people who are vegans. Yeah.
I have a theory
Yes,
actually
of
on
course.
that.
Please.
I think Estonians, please don't kill me, but I think I have a theory that Estonians, and I think it's not only Estonians' problem, but I think we're obsessed with protein, and we think that we get the protein from animal sources. I mean, if you go to the retail, you see protein chicken, and you see protein meat, and you see whatever the product, it's always the protein in it. So my question is is the problem. I think there is one very famous scientist in UK, he's called Tim Spector, and he recently posted that we shouldn't be worrying about protein, we should be worrying about fiber. And I think that's the worry with vegan products as well, is that, oh, I don't get my protein out of it, and that comes down to awareness.
Yes, I totally agree. Before that, we had this first panel about mycoprotein and also the protein, but as they also added there is this fiber part, and actually, as we are also studying fibers, like 1/3 of Estonians only eat enough fiber, so I totally agree with you. And you had a good idea about, you wanted to add?
About the fears, I think that when, well, for example, when I started, I saw a lot of attitude like, oh no, there are a lot of vegetables in it. This is like a rabbit's food. Like literally, this kind of idea is still walking among us. And like basically eating a salad means that you're gonna be hungry forever and you're not gonna get any nutrition out of it, basically. So yeah, like this is like a secret mission of Wrap and Roll, was to hide all of the veggies in the wrap together with the other, like the meats. So yeah, and to make it like tasty, so that in the older days, I would say, the classic, I don't know, tomato slices on the edge of the plate together with, I don't know, potatoes and like kotletki, or like classic, like a chicken leg, were like the definition of a salad, which wasn't like for everyone. So I get the point, but like we have moved on. Can we please get past the rabbit food?
Takes some time, but let's jump in with a question from the audience. There is one in the app, and then you can also join in our conversation. The question is, if I choose an all-vegetable dish, I want to get the healthiest possible meal. Is deep-fried cooking or a large amount of mayonnaise a good pairing with a vegetable plate? So who wants to comment on that?
Definitely not.
Definitely.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, it's a deep frying is also another bad option there. But maybe the question from the audience, we have one. Is there anything? Yes, behind there. We have to share one microphone. We will steal one microphone. You can maybe share if you're agreed, because we'll have a good chance for audience to jump in.
Hi. I think it's a question to all three of you, and maybe it's not. Maybe you're not like fully. Don't have the data, but just out of curiosity, when you introduce the vegan options to your segment and what the consumer can buy from you, do you notice any increase in clients visiting you and purchasing these products, or is the clientele sort of the same as before, but more people are just choosing vegan option instead of the regular chicken salad sandwich poke bowl?
Wants to be first?
Okay, I'll start then. So I've seen different kind of movements, basically. First of all, a new product can bring new clientele, of course, but it's the question of whether they're going to try it and they're going to stay with you. Of course, this is one, and I think that each time a little bit of more clientele, especially from the vegan and vegetarian community, has joined us, like who are they know that what they want to eat and how they want to eat it. But otherwise, I think that there's going to be like an increase in the product sale, and then when you hype it, then they're definitely going to sell more. But then it comes down to the point that when people get used to the product, then they still prefer the ones with meat options. So this is like the barrier to break, and I think that you can always like give them a new option, but you can't intimidate the ones that aren't ready to try it away. And this is like a daily challenge with the vegan products and marketing them.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments?
I tend to agree. You might get new clients, and we have tried to put more emphasis on the channels that we would possibly get, new channels that would prefer those kinds of like new added value foods, because I think Ergeoski is a good example of you have to have everything. You have to have the very basic street food, and it doesn't mean it's unhealthy. I mean, a hot dog doesn't necessarily have to be unhealthy, and it's not. Even the sausages there are custom made. But I think that you have to have everything. There are some segments or some people who are used to the very basic food offering, and it's new to them to get something new out of it. So you have to kind of lure them in using marketing tactics. But when they, start coming, they usually keep on coming. But you never know if they choose for the vegan options or not. But we can see also that the problem is that if you don't get them to buy the new stuff, then the food waste goes up, and you don't want that either. So it's always like this fine-tuning all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've tried some tricks, put more effort, more money into marketing. We changed our list in Volt and Bolt, for example. We put our vegetarian or vegan bowl up first, and because of that and marketing, yes, the sales went up a little bit, but when we stopped putting money into it, then it went back to the same. So I guess, yeah, it's not so easy, and it's, if you're just one restaurant or one chain doing that, it does really have that much effect on people, like long-term effect.
Okay, very good. I have also a question about you also already from the Vrapikohvik, you mentioned that you made together work with Kramp, yes, with Kana. So the question first, how do you choose these alternatives? Do you keep an eye on this market, or they approach you? How this process goes?
Well, I have always wanted to make it more healthier, better. And I have, for example, Kana. I started out with Naturist guys. They introduced me the product called Kramp, and we tasted it. I loved the enthusiasm and energy around there, all of what they were doing. But the product Kramp wasn't like gonna fly at that moment, because there was like, what I look out in vegan products is that, first of all, what are they made of? If they are made of complete, something you don't want to eat, then I'm not gonna sell it. That's the one point, whatever the price is. Second of all, if the ingredient list is okay, then I'm gonna start checking the flavor and all of these like possibilities. What can you do with it, and so on? How would exactly the flavor part that sometimes, for example, the meat substitutes have some kind of like extra taste of flavor that you don't want in it. So if they have it, then it's automatically off.
So you are the decision maker, or
I'm the decision
are there
maker,
more people, or
I'm
you're
the
CEO, you make the thing? Okay, very good to know.
Perks of being a founder.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so no bullshit in.
I have a question also from the audience. What about palm oil? Do you use ingredients that contain palm oil in your menu?
Palm oil.
Palm oil, yeah.
No, we don't use palm
Don't
oil.
you?
In
This is
the
decision you made.
Definitely, no,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Very good.
And also, like, even if we have like yogurt and such like options that are like not so much as, like, for example, a lot of places use, for example, mayo or some kind of other sauces high in sugar. We're trying to keep it as low as possible so people would have an option, but like the preferable way to go is here.
Okay, of course. Okay, Mikk, you?
Yes, same here. No palm oil, and we at first we had the tuna bowl, but of course the footprint of tuna coming from so far and how they harvest it, it's not so good. We stopped that. And what else? Yeah, we have like our sauces are made of vegan mayo, so that's just for less calories. So we gotta have balanced meal. And there's little steps that we can do, not using wrapping foil. We use our own avocado stones to grow trees. We can use as decorations.
Okay, very
It's
nice.
those little steps.
But are you keeping an eye all the new developments? You know, there are so many new things coming on the market, or they approach you, the companies usually, how the system goes, and who is the decision maker?
Well, we have a head chef as well. We have meetings that we discuss. He keeps an eye on those developments. Of course, there's so many different vegan and vegetarian options. They come to us, offer us, and some of them, yeah, they're really good. Even the price would be okay. But we know that they won't be bought. So it's difficult to take them in because it's creates a lot of food waste, money waste. So yeah, we test them sometimes with as a monthly product, and then we can see how it goes. Like with Tempe, but we hope it goes well. And marketing also has a role.
Yeah, of course, marketing.
We have to do marketing and educate people too. Yeah.
Mary-Liis, your comments?
I think the good and a bad thing with being so big, and because we have, there are almost 80 something kiosks and 12 cafes around Estonia. Everything takes a lot of time, and everything, you know, the volume in it is completely different than you would have in one or two cafes or stores. So I think it comes down to the price, the taste, the providers, you know, where it's coming from. There's so many nuances in it, and we have a head chef, so everything that is our own food in our kiosk is actually custom made. It's not coming from any I don't know, factory. Also in caffeine. So in caffeine it's easier because we have 12 cafes, so we can use the free range chickens, etc. But in our kiosk it's much more difficult, also because the volumes are so high. What else? Yeah, some companies approach us, some we find ourselves. We go to a lot of food fairs across Europe, also because we are part of Reitan. We have access to everything that is happening in the Nordics. So, you know, the exchange of information is constant, and you have to be ahead of the innovation and ahead of the curve all the time. So it often happens that we are ahead of what the consumer is actually asking. So we change the menu, and then we bring it back, let's say, 4 years later. That has just happened, for example.
Can you give this example more elaborate?
I can. It's not plant-based, but for example, it was 2016. We introduced, so the biggest footprint comes from beef. We all know that. So we wanted to get the lesser beef in our menus. So we tried, in hot dog, we tried the chicken sausage. What happened was that chicken tends to go really dry. So it wasn't welcomed with much joy because it was rather nasty. So this year we actually did it in a different way, because when we look at the sustainability strategy, which is quite intense in terms of where we want to be, and then it was very obvious that we had to get rid of the beef. So we introduced the chicken sausage again, chicken sausage with herbs. And it's custom made by Saaremaa lihatööstus. And we added just a little bit of pink...
Pork.
Yeah. Pork is the word. Pork fat. So it made it a little bit like more moist.
Okay, more moist.
Juicy. And actually it has been flying really well. And so this has been a great success story even in the Nordics. So that because everybody in this level is a little bit intimidated by the big changes, because we all have our customer base and we don't want them to leave. Yeah. So you have to keep the customer, but at the same time offer something which is better for the environment, better for health.
Okay, thank you. So more questions from the audience? It's a good time to ask now. I don't see anything from here. Yes, please. Sorry. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, please.
Personally, for me, it's like really simple. If I can make the decision to not use palm oil in our products and in our cafe anyway, then we're not going to use it. And we don't have like a huge corporation or something behind us, so it makes the choice much easier, because I think that on a personal level and so on, I wouldn't pick it anyway. And I don't want my customers to eat it and to like destroy the planet even more that we already have.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very strong message from the strategy, which is, you know, being environmentally conscious. But today, the reality is somewhat different, because when you are a big chain, then you can't exclude it like that. So what we are doing right now is throughout Nordics, we're doing this kind of code of conduct, or this good principles, how we, you know, what are we expecting from our whoever gets the products to us. So for example, in the bakery line, we still have a couple of, I think 2 or 3 of bakery products that have palm oil in it. And it doesn't mean someone is pouring the palm oil in it, but there is just really small amount in the flour.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it takes time. So what we've done now is that we can't exclude it for some period of time until there is IO kind of products that can be used, like literally.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be certified. And I think it's the same with, let's say, coffee, because coffee is a risk commodity as well. So we can't really exclude it. The cocoa bean,
Mm-hmm.
same thing. You know, we still eat chocolate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we going to do? Are we going to sell chocolate? So you can have it certified. So it's not a good option, but not as bad as.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for us it's a question of values, because together with people, the quality, it's the environmental values, and that's a decision of our company that we look over everything that we can make better for the environment as well, because we want to give people not just food, not just good food. We want them to live well, live healthy lifestyle, healthy, active lifestyle. Food is just one part of it. And I don't think there's a pressure from our clients. They wouldn't even know if we use palm oil or no.
Mm.
And like at first we were advertising that a lot of people buy takeaways and through Volt and Bolt. So we advertised, yes, our takeaway bowls are biodegradable. Even the lids, it's made out of bamboo. But yeah, soon as there were good options on the market for reusable bowls like Ringo, we know that these are actually much better than one-time use bowls, even if those are biodegradable. Then we try to nudge people towards Ringo reusable bowls, but yeah, it's not so easy, because the system is difficult, although it's easy, and it's scary. You need to pay extra €1, although you get it back, and but it just takes time and yes, awareness. We need to give the info again and again to people.
So today we had this panel about the mycoprotein. Have you considered that one also as a future option? The mycoprotein? I don't know if you were here. You were not here. Yes. Have you considered that as an option already, or are you waiting to see how it goes? The mycoprotein?
I was absent at that.
You were absent, but we will get you information.
Protein and the other things. I think that also like the palm oil and so on, like there are like different kind of food trends. Like it's a marketing. Okay, first of all, like zero sugar, no. Then we have zero fat. Now we have a lot of protein, and like then we're gonna have vitamin D in our yogurt and so on. Like there's gonna be a new, basically, marketing strategy, no palm oil and so on, which is like actually good for the environment. But at the same time, you always gotta look at what's in there instead of it. And yeah, that's the balance.
But yeah, the protein will be around for a long time, the trend that has been surprising everybody, I must say, that it's getting a very long trend. But okay, maybe last question from the audience, because we are running out of time before I wrap up this panel. Is there any questions? Yes, one please.
Just out of curiosity, because it's actually my concern, I don't know, it starts to be your concern as well. I realized that specifically all food products, but specifically vegetables, getting blander and blander by taste. Taste are diluted. And how you are planning to tackle this? Are you trying to like adding more spices or more salad dressing, or do you have a different approach to solve this? Or it's not even in your concern yet?
Yes, for us, I can say, well, we haven't had any feedback like this from our customers. And I think because poke bowls have sauce in it, the rice is flavored too. And it depends.
There are always different suppliers. Depends where they get their products. And if one supplier gives you 2 blend of cabbage, then we test it and we maybe order from another one. Yeah.
It's all about testing and keeping an eye on our products, how as it goes.
Want to comment?
That's a very valid question. Thank you. As Estonia is a small country, we don't have so many suppliers here, and the seasonal variety of different kind of veggies is like the quality is sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. As a smaller like here, it's possible to pick like more local options if there are, but like we have autumn, we have winter, we don't have like all year round veggies to come, and also the nutrition and the flavor part is going down sometimes. So this is just something you kind of like have to acknowledge. Like in some things, for example, onions, it's okay, you don't lose much in there. But for example, in tomatoes, the thing that we have done is that the idea when I started was that the veggies have to be like kind of as small as possible, so that you don't feel like, for example, the intense flavor of, for example, bell pepper, which is sometimes some people are like yes, some people are total no, so that you wouldn't be scared off by veggies. So this is something that I think helps to tackle this issue, that when you have like not big chunks of, for example, tomato, which sometimes loses its flavor in season, then you don't have to be like off-put by it, but you're just like barely not noticing. But I personally, I know that pain. So yeah, this is a real issue. But I don't want to bring new extra flavors or additives to the wraps just to like lose it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we don't have so many made-to-go fresh food. We have more of them in like a couple of days to consume. But I think those places where we use those. Yes, we use flavoring, but you can use it naturally as well. You don't have to have the food additives. I think we have a list of food additives that are forbidden in even our purchasing decisions.
Okay, very good. So we are out of time, but to wrap up, I will ask you a very short question. You have to answer short. What do you think? What will be the main change after 3 years from now in your company then? Maybe start there. What is the main maybe change you will see after starting from now, from 3 years?
Well, if I look at the strategical changes, and I think if you are as big as the Reitan as a group is, because we're across 7 countries, and we want to be carbon neutral, and you can't have that overnight. I think the main changes will be to do with how we produce our own food, what is the energy we consume, but come to food, I think it's lesser meat, it's more plant, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Yes, short, quick answer,
I
if you
think
can.
that we're going to do the best that we can, that we're going to keep listening to our clientele, and we're going to feel when they're ready for something new. And you can't like just push it on people. You have to be very careful with the new things, because otherwise you're going to get exactly like, I am vegan, I am not kind of situation. So like if a new awesome vegan product, which is actually healthy as well, comes to market, then we're definitely gonna like seek it out.
Seek it out.
Yeah, see it around. And one day I had this thought that maybe we could like, instead of every wrap that we have, which has like a meat product or something in it, what if we could make like the same flavor, but like everything to like plant-based? And this is like a kind of like, I think it's gonna be 20 years to get there, kinda. But yeah, like I know the mushroom-based meat and so on otherwise. But like, I think we're gonna get there, but it's gonna be a longer journey, I think.
Let's see, it's a good, we can Yes, and the final word for you.
I think in 3 years' time, Poke Bowl will have grown to several other countries through franchise, because our intention is to keep offering healthy fast food, and we're going to promote active, healthy lifestyle.
Thank you. That's a good wrap up. Let's thank for the panel, please. And thank you. Yes, please, we will give the mic. And just to finish up the conference, there are still some small things to say before you leave, so bear in with me. Let's see if I have the slides running also. So to wrap up the conference, I thank you all for being us. The strongest always survive, so the persons who have stayed here for the full day, thank you for your participation. You are the strongest one, and actually, as I promised, I have small prizes for the questions, so please, can you tell me just a small number? 5. So I will start from the beginning. So Sigrid, you won a prize of a book. Sigrid, are you still here? Sigrid, Hees. No? Not Hees? Sigrid Hees is not here, no? But then, did you ask a question also today? Unfortunately, then I can't. Then I will ask. Then next time, please. But then Anna, is Anna still here? Anna was asking many questions. Anna, please. I will give you the book later. Thank you. No, okay, if you're coming. Thank you for participating actively. And so please ask questions. Sigrid, you were almost there. And at the second, small number again? A bit bigger? 10. I see. I like even numbers. Aha, Aldur. Is Aldur still here? Aldur S. He left. Then, oh, unfortunate. Then it's Monica. Monica, I hope you like mushrooms. Thank you. You were very active participation. And of course, our most active questions, Mary-Liis, I will have mushrooms for you also. Special prize for you, because you were very active when supporting us. So to wrap up things, I had a very last joke also of the day. This was a bit confusing for me also in the beginning. You can think about that. Why did tofu cross the road, the tofu, to prove it wasn't a chicken? Think about that. It takes some time. But thank you. It's time to say thanks to everybody, to the sponsors, to the organizing committee. So we thank, first of all, Taimne Teisipäev. It's extremely lucky to be able to organize this conference and bring together the most innovative representatives of food industry. So first of all, let's see. First of all, we want your feedback, because without you, this conference is hard to organize. feedback is very important for us, so we know what kind of presenters you want, what do you think about me here talking all the time, what do you think about the panel discussions, what can we improve. Of course, positive feedback also, also good, but also the comments, critical comments always help. Please, I don't know, you can maybe take a quick picture. And then, after your feedback, we will want to thank the supporters, because without you, it's really hard to have the conference. So first of all, not in just an order there, Salvest, Nordtempe, that you had also for lunch, Fatser, Own Drinks, Gourmet Club, Sea Crunchy, Küsk, Bon Vegan, Osta Kohe, Mati, and Proveg. Thank you all. And of course, the expo area, I also hope you had time to visit there, at least taste some. So we would like to thank Friendly Vikings, Bon Vegan, TFTAK, Garden Gourmet, and Alpro. And when you start to leave, make sure you take something for the Garden Gourmet booth. And of course, as we know, too early. As we know, the core of the event is the team. I see the team has gathered there already. So please, I invite all the team on the stage, and let's give the really big applause. So they are all the small angels behind the screens. Thank you. And we have a bouquet for...
We also want to say big thanks to Nina.
Yeah. Thank you for all the team. And I think the last announcement, I already spoiled a bit, but the next Food Innovation Summit will be not in this cold time, but rather in springtime. It's really warm at that time. So we have a bit more to get a new program. It's 22nd of April, 2025. So I hope to see you all there. Let's give applause to everybody, organizers, and also to you. So thank you. This is the end of the official program. Now you can go home or start networking.